right. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome in, NC Bullfighter. Good to see you, buddy. Hope you're having a great week so far. You gonna come up here, Whiskey? Come on. Come on. There you go. Good boy. You are crazy. He's a crazy pants dog. Is that sometimes he wants attention and he wants to come up here and lay down, and other times he's not. But this morning he was very much paying attention to me. You're like, hey, Dad, when are you going to get up in your seat so I can come lay next to you? And that's what he sees right here. So, welcome, guys. My name is Enigma. I'm a variety streamer on Twitch, Twitter, Rumble, Kick, and YouTube. You going to lay down? As we're getting started today with Borderlands 4, if you'd do me the favor and the honor of following me on Twitch, Twitter, Rumble, and Kick, I'd appreciate that. Subscription on YouTube would be great. Guys on Kickbots are just killing me now. I know, right, Whiskey? Just how it works. If you would, anyway, follow me, Twitch, Twitter, Kick, and Rumble. Subscription on YouTube would be great. I'm not asking anybody to spend any money. And it would be fantastic if I had your support. Here we get you. There we are. Out of there. All right. And it would help me grow as I'm trying to grow and become a better creator. Oop. No, well, what's the safe word? I know my safe word, but all right. Our daily challenges have not reset yet. They will probably reset at noon. So we will run around and do stuff and grind our vault card tickets for as much as we can. We'll see at noon probably the daily reset, and we'll do our side missions when we come back from lunch. Everything is going great today. I definitely hope you're going great. You leaving? Yeah. You want to come give Whiskey some love? That's not what I meant by love?
There's the whisk.
Yeah, he's a good boy.
He is. Okay.
Have a good day, dear. She's going to the orifice today. Oop, wrong. There we are. Nice. Holy crap. I did not expect to see that guy getting up, but there he got back up. Yesterday we did the Christmas mission, which was a lot of fun. And I was I enjoyed it quite a bit. Still worried about the end game content in Borderlands 4, but we'll see how that turns out. Oh, there's what I'm looking for. Okay, we're looking for manglers. And then from there we will see what else we have to do. There's a couple of things I know we're going to have to accomplish. But first things first. First thing is first. Something is saying it's not recognized. I don't know what it would be. Probably the controller, since I used a laptop to power my PlayStation controller. Because the PlayStation 5 controllers, as much as they are cool and they are really, feel nice in the hands and they have a lot of cool functionality, their battery life is a drizzling shits, so... Not much we can do about that. Okay, we're around here looking for manglers. which I guess are like cats on this world. Like these. These are manglers. And we got 6 out of that, which again, if you're going to have groups of 10 that you need eliminated, why you would only put 6 there is beyond me, but hey, whatever. Gotta have 4 more manglers. And we're going over here. There's manglers right there. That's a mangler. There we go. And there's 2 more. Okay, now we'll go to wild horns, which are the big burly looking dudes. Gotta get that. Looks like 8 more of those. Behind me. We did get 2 more, so there's 2 more there. Now we're looking for 9s, and so we have 3 more 9s we need to get to polish off our vault card here. So now let's find those big, the wild horns. We need to find those big elephant-looking dudes. Here in the fade fields. Ooh. Oh, don't shoot me. Don't shoot me, please. Don't shoot me, sir. The wild hordes look like big elephants. So they're big, brown, hairy elephants. And I realize all elephants are hairy, but not like the woolly mammoth. The woolly mammoth approaches. What do I have? Oh, there's a boss, world boss. Let's see what this guy looks like. The Exterminator. Oops. Here I was just killing some dude. Now that is a vial. Vials are the biggest pain in the ass of random enemies you can find. But if you have the right weapon, you can plow right through them. Where are wild horns? I can always seem to find wild horns when I don't want them, and now that I'm looking for them, I can't find them. More manglers. But the way, if you've never seen a vault card before, the vault card are brand new to Borderlands 4, but they had very similar cards in 3. There are some stark differences. First of all, the biggest difference is that the vault cards in 3 were account bound. So uh, everything you could unlock on a vault card was for every vault hunter. Every head, every skin, it was for every, well, not every vault hunter, but that was like there would be one per vault card. There'd be one head for your siren. There would be one for uh, your gunner. There'd be one for the one per character class usually, and then colors and stuff like that were the same way. This one's different. The vault card is character based and not vault based. So everything that we unlock on our vault card will be specifically for our Vex, unless we load up another character and start the vault card that way, another vault card that way. Then those vault card rewards will be for that character. So that's an interesting change. But basically, we just go around and do things to gain experience points like we usually do. And we're about to get a specialization level, in fact. And a portion of the experience that we're getting goes right to the vault card. So everything that we kill, every mission that we complete, I'll be watching you. Every contract we complete, we're getting experience not only towards our specialization, but also toward our specialization ranks, but also towards our vault cards. So there's another world boss up there. We take a look at our thing here. It says that we are 23% to our next vault card level. And every time we kill something, every time we do a mission, we get experience points more towards that goal, to getting a level. Ooh. Okay, well, these are tanks. There we go. And oh, there's a red chest. Since we're here, we might as well clear out and open it. Didn't get any legendary drops from that world boss. Dang it. Yeah, that's how I feel. Die, 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 die. Alright. We're getting there. That more more bad guys to where? I hear you. There you are. So I can hear you coming. There you go. I was like, I have the wrong thing equipped. You didn't, and now that chest is open, so let's see what's inside. Nothing. Well, there's things in it, but they all suck, so who cares? Okay, we gotta go down here. Where are the... Let's go up there. But that, just clearing those guys out brought us up to 43%. So we basically doubled the amount of experience we need for the next vault card level just by clearing those groups of people. So he's a good. And they're going to have different vault cards. I believe we are now at where they said there's going to be 5 in the first year. All right, there we are. Now we're looking at some... Oh, another world boss, too. These are what I'm looking for. And we're collecting their horns. Two more horns, and then that'll be completed. I got something for doing that, so that's good. I know I had 3 missions. I guess I completed that. I still need one more horn, though, and then that'll take care of that. Let's see which world boss this is. Psychobot. Where is he? All right. So now that we've completed all that, let's take a look at our vault card. Now we're up to 90 some odd percent, right? 89%. So we're going to get the next 2 tickets here momentarily. Let's pop out. Oh, I have 10 rewards. That's from killing world bosses and completing these side missions. They never really these mission rewards we get for doing the things. The items always tend to suck. Every once in a while you'll kill a world boss and they'll drop a legendary through this, but for the most part, not a fan. And I'm really not a fan of the way that they... Oh, I gotta get the map out. Go through and do that. Here, let's see. We got some more. Okay. Acquire, I don't really care for. Bounty will take. Acquire tends to be a pain in the ass to do. It's you got to go grab it and bring it back. Draco? Draco Malfoy? Are we going Harry Potter? Something's... I want to say... Yeah, our shield likes to talk to us. There's a specialization level. So that is for when you complete the game, you get specializations. And specializations are infinite. But the rewards are diminishing, so... There goes Desi for work. She'll be back a little later. Okay, I was like, where is he? Now we gotta find a Rippus. Where the Rippus? You're okay, pal. Yeah. Whiskey looks at me like, are you gonna pet me or not? You're a very demanding dog. It's a good thing you're loved. You're a very loved animal. And I don't know if this is something that is new to this expansion, this latest update or not, but the thunder lightning storm here, I don't remember seeing those in the original version of this game, but it doesn't mean they didn't happen. It just means I'm just not paying attention enough for them. They did have blood rain during that god-awful Halloween event. But it was never like this that I remember. It's the honeycomb hideout. There we go. You know, I've got to always forget something here. Pull that down here, and then right down here. There we go. Anyway, so I do love the Borderlands series. I always have. I've been very critical of this game, and rightfully so. I have reasons to be critical of it, as I'm sure other people have. I know I'm not alone when it comes to being critical, because we want to see the things that we love do better, or be better, or become better, and we don't want to see something die on the vine. And one thing that the series has been well known for is supporting the game a year to 2 years after its launch, and continually bringing out rewarding content for us to play. And they did that with the first 3 for certain. Well, 4 if you count the pre-sequel. And then they did Wonderlands, and Wonderlands was is a great idea. I have heard, and I don't know how. Okay. I have heard that they were developing Wonderlands 2, but apparently things have somewhat changed because I don't think Wonderlands had the legs on it they were looking for. A lot of people checked out long before their year-long path they had for that game was, and quite frankly, it deserved it because the end game for Wonderlands was shite. Okay, so I believe we leveled up our vault card there again, so we are now at 8 tickets. One more level up, and then we'll be able to grab that, and we're just working our way down the card. Let's see. Let's take our map. Oh, it's right there. No sense in fast traveling. We can just walk down there. No sense in doing it in dollars. Dollars, dollars, dollars. Sell off our junk. There's nothing on this board, so we will head down to this one. I don't mind the hunting in the Fey Fields just because it's easy to get around. Oh, we got acquire, patrol, bounty. We'll do patrol and bounty. I know there's Cratch down over here, so... And I have Manglers. Three Cratches down. There's 5. We're halfway done with our Cratches. Those don't count, so don't worry about those. They're like, literally don't count? Literally. Boy, she is very mouthy today. I need one more Cratch. Typical. Of course, today is the Friday before Thanksgiving here in the United States, so a lot of people, including my amazing, loving, wonderful girlfriend, she'll be off next week. She's taking all next week off. And we are just going to enjoy the week. We're going out of town, so there won't be any live streams next week. It'll just be us together, enjoying each other's company and resting and relaxing. It's going to come at a good time for me because of issues where I need one more cratch. Of course, I don't see any cratch nests. This is my, oh, there's a cratch. Okay, this will take care of it. Okay. I guess you're it, dude. Got it. Sweat Lodge is what I'm looking for now. No idea where he is. He's all the way up there. So, fast travel. Where's this? Right here. Got it. Sweat Lodge. Alright, let's find this dude's Sweat Lodge. He should be around here. Where is he? 75% done with our next vault card level. That's awesome. But our boy Sweat Lodge doesn't seem to be spawning. I've noticed that's been a problem. Leave. Try it again. Of course, this is our maxed out Vex. I call it the Black Magic Woman build. I do have more rewards. How about that? Oh. You don't have to go anywhere, Whisk. You can wait right here if you want to. Yeah. You can be a very good boy. Is it still? It says it's up here. Kind of. There he is, I think. Yep. Yeah, you sure do. And you know it. I've got you down here. We're going to go to here and see what... Now that we've reloaded the game, maybe there's some new stuff to load. As far as missions go. And if we look at our vault card... Oh, we're almost there. 98% to our next... We'll get that probably before we even finish another of these missions. And there are 3 of them here. Let's see if we want those. Patrol, yes. Absolutely. Whiskey's a good boy. I know, actually, manglers, let's go back up north to kill those manglers. Rippers, manglers, and wild horns. What we're looking for. Let's see what we have up here. Slept really well last night. Probably my best night's sleep in a while was last night. I didn't want to get up. I was laying in bed this morning. I looked at the clock and it was like 7:45. I usually get up at 8 to set up for the stream, and I was like, man, I could just stay right here in bed. Okay, we did get a vault card level up. Not bad. Get the right thing equipped. There we are. And someone who might be laying here right next to me has a grooming appointment tomorrow. He is not going to be happy about that. One thing Whiskey does not like, it's going to the groomer. Even though he's going to smell better, he's going to feel better, he's going to look better. He does not like going. Because dogs all apparently have this thing in their head where they think that if someone leaves them for a little bit, that they're never coming back. And that's how somebody I know operates. Welcome to the jungle. Cratches. Don't like fighting cratches. Come on. What do we got? Got you. Nice shot. That was good. Leading him. Objection, Your Honor. Leading the witness. Let's see. Where else we got around here? All right. There's no need to kill the cratch. Where's my nose again? All right. So I don't know if anybody. I mean, I know that the Thanksgiving is celebrated in different parts of the world, or not at all. But here in America, it's one of the biggest, most popular holidays. Oh, good. Complete with, it's kind of a kind of officially the gateway to Christmas. Because here in the United States, the day after Thanksgiving, a week from today, is considered Black Friday, which is when the holiday shopping season officially kicks off. It's kind of a pseudo holiday, quite frankly. Holiday for everybody who's not working in the service industry. So your friends that might work at your local Target or Walmart or whatever, not a holiday for them. Nice, damn sure not a holiday for our buddy Alucard who comes in here. Yeah, exactly. So it's but it's a day where all the shit goes on sale, and a lot of your bigger name electronics companies and things like that, they're clearancing out their stuff for the holidays so they can make room for their products next year. I didn't know that television companies that make televisions, not shows, actually have yearly refreshes on their hardware. I did not know this until probably about 10 years ago, where you know, my television. I've talked about this television at nauseum about how awesome it is. I love my TV. Uh, it's a Samsung 8K Samsung 85-inch television. I love my TV, and beautiful picture, the everything. I bought this 2 years ago, which means there's two refreshes now of this TV that make it this model better. So it's interesting to think about. Are those rippers? No. So I need rippers and manglers. There, I'm scratching my eye. There we go. What are you guys fighting up there? All right then. It's okay, bud. Yeah, everything's fine. So Friday of next week, a week from today, Desi and I will actually be coming back home. The Airbnb we're staying at is only available through Thanksgiving. Friday's already been spoken for by somebody else, so Desi and I will be coming back home that day. And I told her the only Black Friday shopping that I'd be doing is probably on my phone. And as we're driving back here, we're going downstate on Tuesday for a couple of days, just for nothing more than just to relax and spend some time together, not have to worry about she won't have to worry about work, and I'll take my Nintendo Switch, but I will not be as concerned. And now, I'll still post funny stuff on Twitter when I can and things like that, but I will not be, here live streaming. Because this is on the PlayStation 2, or 5, I mean, and I'm not taking my PlayStation 5 with me. I'll be taking my whiskey station. Right, Whisk? Yeah. And Desi and I are going to Costco tomorrow, actually, to get things for the trip. I think we've already got Thanksgiving dinner mostly squared away. But the Tuesday and Wednesday, we don't. Don't really need to fight that guy. Still looking for manglers, still looking for rippers. Let's see. Ah, that guy just appeared right next to me. See, we find wild horns when I'm not looking for them. No manglers. Holy crap. That guy, I thought I already killed that guy. Where, oh where are our manglers? Should be some rippers over here, I think. Red chests. Okay. Just out in the open? Yep, here we are, rippers. I need 10 of these guys. Okay, got some of them. Not all. Still need some more. Because that apparently... Oh, there's only 7. I need 3 more. 3 more rippers. And manglers too. There should be some, hopefully, oh, we got see more of these guys. Are you coming all the way around or what? One thing to remember, though, guys, is the holidays are coming up here, and I will make sure I talk about this ad nauseum, is taking care of yourself mentally. The holidays can be a very wonderful time. They are a wonderful time of year. But they can also be very lonely and very trying on your psyche if you feel like you're alone and you don't have anybody. And just remember that you don't. You're not alone. You're not a burden on anybody. Here's your blood buddy. I'm probably one thing I'm glad to see in this new expansion, and I realize that's the missions have been around. It's not like that's all new dialogue or anything, but it's for some reason this seems like this is a lot funnier of a game now than it was, and I'm glad to see that. What are you looking at? What are you looking at, dog? Right now, are you a good boy? He's thinking about it. He's like, I might be today, but we'll see. We can get some rippers down here. There we go. Nailed. All right. Oh, oh, let's go see what that is over there then. Yeah, I say almost. Really? There we are. Oh, okay. Now I know. Over here, there's going to be a world boss. Holy crap. Yeah. Who do we got? Poison Ivan. Vault card level up, and it's got another 2. Okay, so that should bring us, what, 3? Yep. 2 more 9s to go. Good. All right, we got some stuff over here. What do we got? We got acquire, collect, and bounty. We definitely want the bounty. One thing I'll definitely say about Rush is, buddy knows about food. Sure. Scabies, rabies. Well, it's definitely an exit. Who's throwing grenades at me? It's you. All right. How are we on the vault card? Yeah, we're low. We're low. And don't forget, at noon everything will reset. So or the dailies will reset. So we'll be able to pop back. We'll get some bonus cards from doing missions and killing stuff and all that. Pardon me. And just doing little things like that, just those little guys that we killed, now we're up to 10%. So it does mean something to just kill randos. I hear wings flapping. Coming to town. Looks like Twitter's being kind of goofy again. I got that guy. And we need 4 more wings. 3. Oh my god, that's a big one. It was a big one. So that was good. And we're already halfway to our next level. So it does make sense to do things... oh, there's a world boss. That's an acquire. We're not doing that one. But I did see there was a world boss over here. As long as it's not disappeared on me. Hasn't yet. I know, Whiskey. I was just thinking that. And he has had enough of laying with me for now. He has gone and retreated to his donut. I don't know why he does what he does, but he does them. Of course, his donut is his space. It's like his bed, one of his beds. He's got a couple beds in this house, and I don't know if it's because I mean, he should feel safe anywhere he is in this house. It's his house, but just always am curious what's going through that dog's head. Because he is a strange dog. Every dog's a strange in the way. They got the strangeness. Okay. Oh, there's another world boss. Do we have any collect? We'll do the collect. I saw there was another world boss over here. I think so. Yeah. Why would you be? you get for chasing me down, brother? Rock and roller. There we go. Got him down. You had no chance. Got you down. Look at that, baby. Okay, so we need manglers, and then there's another bounty around here. Where's our bounty? Use the quicker picker-upper. He's all the way over there, so we don't need to worry about messing around here. And as far as vault card level goes, see, we're already over halfway to our next one, so this is good stuff. Oh, I see we have more here. Bounty, patrol, bounty. I know we have caches to unlock for doing these bounties and killing the world bosses. Let's see. Yep, this is the correct way. This is the correct way. Of course, I'm looking for, we need mangler hearts and such too. That's right. She's in charge, baby. Embrace the darkness, baby. Alright, our guy is over here somewhere we're looking for. Not you. Oh, there's Steve 4.0. We got him down. Heh heh. All right, manglers. We need mangler hearts again. So let's go see if we can find some manglers. People, da, da. There are some manglers. Let's see. We need some hearts. They drop hearts. Have a hot. And they have other stuff too. Trumpet horns, the wild horns. Ooh. There's only 3 manglers there? Well, that sucks. Thought there would be at least 6 or 7. All right. These our guys? Yep, they are. Trying to trip me up before you go. Come on, there we are. Where are we on our vault card? Oh, over here there's something. There's some manglers. Get some hots. Got the 7 mangler hearts. Yeah, that didn't work. Okay, what do we got here? These look like rippers. And there's our level up for 2 more. All right. Oh. Still need 3 more mangler hearts. Something we're looking for is over here, I guess. Nobody. No one goes to my housewarming parties either. Then again, I had a birthday party on stream last last year, technically, and no one came to that either. On my stream. Oh. We'll see if that happens this year. And my birthday is coming up. And it's a milestone birthday. Well, it's on my mind. I better look. I think we have a half dozen. Yeah, or a dozen of these. There's always a chance. These ones you can get legendaries out of, depending on when you do them, I guess. Wake me up before you go. Well, I love streaming, though. I do. I love doing this with you guys. I am looking forward to taking next week off and just kind of relaxing a little bit for a couple of days. One thing that I have been very forward and honest with you guys about is big guy, the ugly son. This is another one where we're going to have to quit and come back in. I don't mind. but it shouldn't have to be this way. Hi, Jack Frost. Thanks for coming in, bud. Wonder why you're not showing up over here. It's interesting. Let's go into... All right, let's try this again. I guess they don't always spawn when they're supposed to. Oh, our dailies have reloaded. Let's look at our dailies. So it's not at noon. They reloaded it at 10, I guess. So now we have kill 25 creatures, kill 15 rippers in the Fey Fields, kill 20 order. And that's going to get us 12 tickets. No, 10 tickets. I can rad. So that'll clear off another of those 9 bangers for us. So we'll at least get the 9 bangers out today. But we're supposed to be fighting this. Oh, I'm in the wrong area. It's up over here. Okay. Oh, I've pushed my luck already. There's our... See, we already got one of the daily challenges done. Yeah, we'll find it. Creatures in order are what's left, so... And we still need 3 Mangler Hearts. See, everything kind of just adds up and compounds on each other, which is one of the nice things about the way that they have made this game. Now they, as per usual, game companies tend to try to do things a little sus. And Gearbox, I read yesterday, has been listening to the community, which is great. They need to listen to the community, because the health of their game is going to be dependent on them. Are you kidding me right now? I can't believe I just ate it right there. Actually, I can. That's me. The health of the games, the game is going to be dependent on the community, guys. And I'm not speaking out of school on that. That's just how it works. And people have been very vocal about their disappointment with Borderlands 4, and myself included. I have been very vocal on Twitter about, hey, this is not the formula for a healthy endgame. And I say that as somebody who streamed, my first year I streamed, for the most part, was Borderlands 3. I did it constantly. And I love that game. I do. I know that when you're listening to people talk, they'll say it was a disaster, but it was not. That being said, it's like I said on Twitter yesterday. I'm still concerned, even though I do like this bounty pack. I think this is very well done. The mission was really funny. I really enjoyed that mission, and I am enjoying the vault card and unlocking the cosmetics and all that good stuff. I really want this game to do well, but they're gonna have to figure things out. They're gonna have to get stuff out there, and they're saying, "Oh, we've heard you that you want more difficult content," and it's not that we want the content to be more difficult. We just want there to be more of it. What we're sorely lacking right now is content variety. So if Gearbox is listening, it's not that we want things to be more difficult, because that's the kind of bullshit that a focus group would come up with. It's that we want there to be more stuff to do, more variety of things to do, and that has been a problem with this game since it's launched. There's 20. We have 5 creatures done. We need 20 more of those. We'll get those done for certain. Got to kill the big guy. That's the big guy right there. There we go. Now the ugly son. But that's that's just the way I have viewed this game is that first of all, I don't believe that the story mode was as good as the story mode in 3 or 2 or 1 or the pre-sequel. It wasn't funny. It had its moments. There were funny things here and there, but it just was not the humorous romp that a Borderlands game usually is. And I understand that there is difficulty in making a game humorous, since humor is subjective. Okay, where's the big guy? Not the big guy. Where's the ugly son? We already got the big guy. No idea. But that doesn't mean we want to sit here and just have an end game where there's really nothing to really do. And since they took away the multipliers on mayhem modes, since there's no mayhem modes, there's only true Vault Hunter modes or ultimate Vault Hunter modes, and there's no real reason to do those Vault Hunter modes because they don't give you better drops, they don't really give you better weapons, it's just or better gear, it's just there. I don't see why their end game is like that. Now, one thing, there are 2 words that have been absent from every piece of Borderlands 4 updates that I don't know if they're going to do anything about that or not, and that is level cap increase. They have not announced any sort of level cap increase, which would be the first time in a Borderlands game they have not had level cap increases. Now, they started this in Wonderlands, and it's another thing that when I compare how this game has operated and how this game has, the end game in particular, has worked and has appeared, is that it appears to be much more Wonderlands than Borderlands. So I don't know if they're going to do a level cap increase or not. I definitely hope they do level cap increases because that adds depth and playability, theory crafting and all that good stuff. I do love a good, the level cap increase to get you in there for more fun or more destruction, becoming stronger. But we haven't heard if they're going to do that or not. So we need 5 more order and like 20 more creatures. There are some creatures. There we go. That sounds like a world boss, and as it because it is okay. But that's like I said, I've been very vocal about my complaints about what I've seen in the end game and how it more closely resembles Wonderlands than it does Borderlands. But they if they're listening and they're taking into consideration what we've been saying and what we're complaining about, which it appears like they are. Pardon me. That's normally good things can come from that. Hey, and Alucard, how you doing? Besides, you're battening down the hatches for next week. You have to take a chair to somebody's head today over safety concerns. Because you'd be surprised how effective a steel folding chair to the noggin can be as a negotiator. Oh, I'm so sorry. Are you having to like whoop some people into shape or what? Well, are the deals that good on Amazon right now? I mean, I know they said Friday week starts, but I haven't really been paying attention. $100 off a PlayStation 5. That's pretty good. Oh, I haven't really been paying attention, quite frankly. Damn, Outlaws went way down. Assassin's Creed still not cheap enough. Assassin's Creed needs to go down under $30 for me to pull the trigger on that. Ubi though has it been announced who Ubisoft has been sold to? Because the rumor is it's Tencent. Well, there's some pretty good deals. Oh my god, the Last of Us remake, Last of Us Part 2 remake. What the hell ever. Assassin's Creed Shadows is down to $35 on Amazon right now. If Ubisoft is listening, you need to lose another $5 at least for me to be interested in pulling the trigger on that one. Yeah. Neon Inferno looks really good. It does look really good. Everything I've seen on it is like, damn, I want to play that. That's good. Then I definitely want to play it. There's another world boss over there. Only a couple more creatures and we'll have all of our dailies done today. Oh, I'm sure it will. Go. Dailies are done. The Divisioner. Where's this Divisioner? There he is. That's pretty awesome. Yeah, you said the soundtrack's awesome. I bet you that'd be just fun to listen to. All right. How many vault cards or tickets do we have now? 17. So that's enough for that. And we're one away from getting that one. Cool. That's what I wanted. Get all the expensive stuff out of the way. The Ugly Son is the only one that's left, and we tried finding him, and he ain't there. You should. How long is it though? That's the question. Is I like playing Shredder's Revenge. Ninja Turtle Shredder's Revenge. I love that game, but you can only it's only so long. So if you're gonna do a full stream of it, depends on how long you want your stream to be. Seems like every time that I get a capture card, they release something that's even better. So it's like, I'm gonna wait because I was talking with Desi. The card I'm using now, I've had for a couple of years, and it's a nice card, but they have a better one out. I'm like, oh my god. I have a stream deck, and I want to learn how to use that with the microphone to do like voice changes. So I can do make myself sound echoey or whatever, and I need to learn how to do that. There's a collect. Cat right? Yes. Yeah. See, when I first started Alucard, I did that. That's exactly how I got started. Was using the PlayStation proprietary software for streaming. And I had people telling me on Twitch, nice people by the way, that really wanted to help me, that I needed to get a camera and stuff like that. Yeah, everything with the PlayStation is simple, very simple, but it's also very controlled. Like you can't change a lot in your PlayStation settings when you're just streaming off of the PlayStation. That being said, I'm still glad it's there because that's how I got started, and it's how a lot of people probably got started, including you. So, and whenever my computer goes ape shit, I will pop on the PlayStation and use the software on that just to go on Twitch. I've done that before. Well, one of these days, I'm going to sit down and learn how to use this Stream Deck the right way. Well, you can still get a mic if you want to, but like you said, you can't really control it. You are very set on what you're allowed to do. Your settings. You can't change them. Resplendent. More manglers. They are on the list. You just made the list. Everyone got to start somewhere. Myself included. How close are we now to? Okay, we're still a little bit away, not a lot. Oh, I missed. Okay. And I see you. You're invisible. Yeah, way to go there, Alien versus Predator. Yeah, that's how I started. Just hitting the button on PlayStation and going live, and I had the PlayStation headset. I have a PlayStation headset, PlayStation camera, the whole shebang, and that's how I did it for hell the first uh, year or so that I streamed. And then I sat down and learned how to use, like Streamlabs and OBS a little bit. Still not a complete expert on it, but I'm far better than I was. Because it's intimidating. OBS is intimidating. You sit there and you're playing with settings that if you're unaware, you have no idea what you're doing. At least I didn't. Had to go figure it out. Resident Evil 2 and 3 remake on PlayStation 5 are both $15. That is a great deal for those who don't own those games. Final Fantasy 16 is $20. Final Fantasy Rebirth is $40. Okay. Yeah, there's some pretty decent stuff on sale, but they're going to have to work a little harder to get some of this stuff down in price if they want me to buy it. Just saying. Movies and TV now. Let's look at that, because that's always funny. Because Amazon is very much a company that, yeah. They have huge warehouses full of things, and they probably do it the same way that kind of Walmart does it, where if someone wants to sell, a warehouse full of like DVDs, Amazon will buy it very cheaply. And then when you go on to their thing here, you can see, that they always have a lot of the same stuff on sale. Princess Bride Criterion Collection's $25. That's a great deal. Criterion. Spinal Tap Criterion a la carte's $25. That's a great deal. But you'll notice when you look on the Amazon movies and television shows that are on sale, like 90% of it is all the same stuff every time. It's like Doctor Who seasons are always up there. A lot of classic 70s, 60s, 70s, and 80s shows. You'll see a lot of Green Acres, Welcome Back Kotter, Barney Miller, which there's nothing wrong with those shows, but it's they're on DVD. They always put those things up there, and it's like, wow, who the hell's looking for the entire series of Welcome Back Kotter? Not a insult against Welcome Back Kotter at all. It's a hilarious show, but and jump-started the career of John Travolta. But because you can see what's there and what they have a lot of. Pardon me. Batman Beyond, the entire series on Blu-ray, is $19. That's a hell of a deal. Welcome back. Yeah, we need to find... There's some Cratch up there. The Running Man. The Arnold version. $15. On 4K. That's a good deal. So here we are. Frasier, the complete series. I love Frasier. That's a great show. On DVD, the entire series. That is on... That every time Amazon does a sale like this, Black Friday or Prime Day or whatever, Frasier is on that list always. Okay. Let's go see if our friend will spawn now. Let's look at our map. It's still 1,600 meters away. Wizard of Oz in 4K is $12.49. That's not bad. Shrek 4K movie collection $31.99. That's not too bad. First two movies are actually really funny. Third and the fourth one are kind of played out, but Smallville complete series $75. I low-key like Smallville quite a bit. That was a really good it started out as a really good show. Pretty well done as far as showing old soups without showing old soups. Plus, there's never a bad time to look at Erica Durant's. What can I say? I know they were trying to play up the whole Lana Lang thing because that's supposed to be Clark Kent's first love is Lana Lang. That's all fine and good, but they brought in Erica Durance to play Lois Lane far later on, and I was like, oh yeah, I never a bad time for some Erica Durance. All right, that's our last nine banger. So we actually now have all of the cosmetics there. Now, next ones are going to be eights. We have four, five eights, and then the rest of them are sixes. Deadpool and Wolverine is on sale. Akira in 4K, $18.99. Akira is a classic anime. Event Horizon in 4K, $14.99. Let's look at. Let's do it like this. Can we do? Can see? They need to do better. Here we are. Andy Griffith Show, complete series on DVD. Every time Amazon does a sale, that's on there. Every time. I don't care what kind of sale it is. Naked Gun Trilogy on Blu-rays, $10.49. I think I already own all those. Ready Player One. Escape from New York and Escape from LA, not Escape from New York. Escape from LA is on sale, $7.99 on Blu-ray. There we are. Here's Charmed, the complete series. Lucifer, the complete series. Doctor Who, the Tom Baker complete season 6. You know that's the stuff you always see on these Prime Day things. Farscape, the complete series on Blu-ray, $111. I own that already. I didn't pay that much for it. I will tell you. Gosh, I'm going to sound like a complete and utter pig here. Claudia Black, her voice is like butter. I don't care what anybody says, that she has a voice of voices. I could just listen to her read the frickin' phone book. And it doesn't hurt that she's not bad on the eyes either, but her voice is something else. I think she's Australian. She's got an Australian accent, but she's got kind of a that tough Australian broad kind of accent there. She can do that. Did we pass by? No, we didn't. It's not a big deal. Let's see if the ugly son has spawned. But I think something that Amazon definitely does is okay. Is that they keep this stuff for making sure they have stuff, their volume to put on sale. They want to be able to say we have thick, 600 different Blu-rays on sale. That's what they want. It means more to them to have that, even though most of it is going to be, like I said, your Andy Griffith Show and things that will appeal to my father, but maybe not appeal to you. Let's. The good son is, or the ugly son is not spawned at all. Godzilla, the Criterion Collection. Which Godzilla? The Nanny. The full edition of The Nanny. That's one of those shows where you're like, wow, I could watch Fran Drescher walk around in those those tight outfits all day. But the second she starts talking, woo! The ugly son is not here. Twin Peaks Fire Walk with Me is on sale. Criterion Collection. Bruce Lee. Oh, those aren't even on sale. Jesus Christ. Okay. Well, I don't. Let's abandon this one because we can't find him. Let's go get the Gigacore battery, which is going to be over here. Okay. Yeah, I saw what was going to happen there, so I'm just going to stop it right here. Still need some Cratch Wings, and we're going to get that Gigacore battery. Wait a minute. Why am I going to run when I can just float over this way? Okay. Let's not go that way. Let's go this way. Apparently, Leslie Headland has announced why the Acolyte did not get renewed. I can tell everybody why it didn't get renewed. It's very simple. Very few people watched it, and a significant portion of the people who did watch it watched it to make fun of it. Something that we were talking about yesterday that I honestly do believe is something that uh, Hollywood is starting to learn is that just because something is trending doesn't mean it's trending for the right reasons. Uh, when David Zaslav took over Warner Brothers, the first thing he did, for better or for worse, not everything that he canceled and replaced, I think, I wasn't like Coyote versus Acme, which thank God is finally getting a release next year. Uh, was one of them that he canceled. I was like, no, I wanted to see that. Uh, what? But something that Hollywood is learning is just because people are talking about it doesn't mean they want more of it. You know, Sony learned it the hard way with Morbius. Warner Brothers learned it with Velma. You know, they greenlit Velma, the second season of Velma, right after the first season came out because it was trending and people were talking about it. It wasn't until Zaslav came in where he's like, people are talking about it because they hate it. If we do another season of it, it's just going to be it's not going to be that, you know, the people who are going to tune in are going to be the ones that are going to be there to make fun of it. Basically, that's the only ones we could count on tuning in to watch a show like that. And I think Disney, Lucasfilm thought the same way about The Acolyte. Is that a large portion of the audience that was tuning in, and the reason why it would trend was for negative reasons, not for positive reasons. Oop, that's not it. And it's a passing of the guard in a way, because here's the weird thing about when you're dealing with uh, Hollywood and things like that is the Hollywood studio system is basically uh, dead for the most part. You know, it's not like it used to be. It's not as glamorous, uh, not even close to being glamorous as it was. We all got, you know, the worst thing that happened to Hollywood was we got to know them because of social media. But at the same time, the people who've been in charge of these legacy studios, like Warner Brothers and like Disney, have all been old, you know, and they don't understand social media, and they don't understand, you know, trending and or anything like that. They don't understand any of it, and it says it's right here. What are we looking for? But at the same time, a lot of the Hollywood, you know, who the folks who are basically now in charge of production and stuff in Hollywood don't have anywhere near the talent that people who came before them did, and that's why they often, and I've used this phrase quite a bit, they standing on the shoulders of giants. It's exactly what they have been doing, and I mean it in the sense to where they must be up there. They can't come up with anything new or original or uh, anything good on their own without there being some sort of. They can't tell a story if they can't identify with the characters, which is a sign right there that's a bad sign, quite honestly, because they want to insert identity into everything, and in reality, it's not about identity. It's not. You can tell a story without having to fall into the doldrums of worrying about, well, what if this was a black woman, or what if this was someone who was gay, or what if this was someone who was, you know, this, that, or the other, and don't get me wrong. I understand why you want to try to put yourselves in a position where you think this stuff is going to sell. Oh, shit. But in reality, it doesn't. Because if you're looking, if you put so much behind identity, don't be surprised when no one can identify with it. If everything's about identity to you, and you're making it for representation on certain things, don't be surprised if everything you have is about identity, and then no one can identify with it because you put so much behind identity. Ooh, okay, there's a. It makes sense to me. I don't know about anybody else, but if everything's about identity, then don't be surprised if no one can identify with what you have put out. It's just how it works. As opposed to if you just tell a good story and you have good characters and you have things that people can identify with as far as a person goes, as a human being. Well, shit on a shingle. How am I supposed to get up there? Then you don't have to worry about self-inserts or identity politics or anything because you're telling a good story. You're telling something that people with good characters that people can personally look at and go, I completely understand what this dude is going through. I completely understand what this person is, how they feel. But that's the catch-22 is you've got these studio heads that don't understand social media or how social media works, and they're the ones that are greenlighting these people who do understand how social media works but don't understand how basic storytelling works. Where the hell is this thing? Yeah, I know you guys are saying it says it's right around here, but I don't see it. Ah, there it is. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it. Not kinda. That's exactly how I feel about it. And I go by the old what they did with Charlie's Angels, like we were talking about the other day. They sat there and they remade Charlie's Angels, and they were trying to do it as a feminist forward brand, which is fine. There's always been a bit of that in uh, Charlie's Angels, the TV show. Yes, uh, damn near every guy on the planet back in the 70s had a huge crush on Farrah Fawcett because of that, and that poster of her in the red swimsuit is iconic and legendary, absolutely. But when they were remaking it, the last remakes that they did with Elizabeth Banks, all they could do was talk about how uh, it wasn't for men. Men should stay away. This isn't your dad's Charlie's Angels. This is this is not eye candy. This is serious stuff. That Hey, Alex, good to see you. They didn't replace the toilet stash. Thank you for coming in. But that's all they did was how it wasn't for you. Don't go see it. If you're a man, don't. It's all for women. And so men do what we do. We listened and we decided, hey, instead of going to spend our money to go see Charlie's Angels, why don't we go spend our money to watch, whatever instead? Well, Die Hard 16, which doesn't exist, but learning how to, we did what we do. Is we went and we found other things to watch. And then 2 weeks later, all the same people who were saying men stay away were like, why didn't men go see Charlie's Angels? It's like, because you told us not to. Terminator Dark Fate, another one. Oh, this will scare the hell out of men. Men, stay away. This isn't your movie. Okay, fine. We won't go see it. Why didn't men go see it? Oh, okay, that's an element eater, so we're going to have to grad out a new gun here. Because he is radiation based. Ah. Get some cratch wings here. Got 3 of them. We're a third of the way there. Come on. She called me a worm. Oh, I thought I had him. There we go. Good shot there. We're halfway, over halfway. I need 3 more wings. Hey, I'll kill that. I don't care about that. Get by. Nice! We got a world drop there, a bingo. We'll go see what it is here in just a second. All right, what do we got? 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 It is the Bonnie and Clyde. Bonnie and Clyde is a reference to Bonnie and Clyde, the legendary thieving duo that were legendarily gunned down by the police back in the early 1900s or late 1800s. Great name for a gun. Be even better if it's like the it's like a Tommy gun, Chicago typewriter. Yeah, well, fallen or fallen. Still needs, what, 3 more cratch wings? Oh, there's a world boss up there. Let's go fix his wagon and see what he's got to offer and see if we can find some 3 cratch wings along the way. How close are we to our next vault card tickets here? We have 1 ticket, almost halfway. We're looking for 8s from now on, or for the next 4, I think 4 or 5, and then after that we go to 6s. And then it's all weapons after that. You don't want to see what I got. Don't want to see what I have to offer. Over there's some cratches. You can tell from the nest. Yep. There they are. I missed all 6 shots there. It's okay. That one's healthy. There we go. Resplendent. Oh, I thought that was it. I got one more to get. There we go. That's one way to put it. Sure. But don't stop believing. Okay. Well, that's disturbing. Oh, okay, we missed it, but it's over here now, so I went the wrong way. You went the wrong way, Enigma. You went the wrong way. Just get used to the fact that you go the wrong way. Oh, is that a... Yeah. A vial. See, I look at the acolyte thing though. I want to know because of this Leslie Headland, the girl who was the showrunner for the acolyte, personal assistant to one of the worst human beings in the face of the entire planet. So I kind of want to know how she's managed to get by scot-free when she had to be complicit with a lot of the stuff that old Mr. Harvey Weinstein was doing on his casting couch, so to speak. But there's one thing that Hollywood is good at, it's deflection, and a lot of people that were defending him and saying what a wonderful person he was because they got their career started from him, or he helped them become, bigger than they were, now act like they don't they don't approve. And it's like, well, you approved of it when it benefited you. So I would love to know more about her, what she knew, why she's gotten away with what she got away from. Maybe she's a victim too. We don't know. Although she bats for the same team that I bat for, so something tells me that's not exactly the case. And it's never good, by the way. Let's make that completely clear. It's SA is never ever a good thing. All right, what do we got here? Acquire, no. Collect, collect. Yes, we're going to collect. Is it now official? Has Ubisoft been sold to China? It's 3 hours ago. Assassin's Creed 4 remake. Why would they? Okay. It doesn't look like anything's been made official yet that I can see. Um, Basically, I mean, here's the deal. Here in the West, we have been selling our debt to Eastern countries forever. Okay? China, Saudi Arabia, places like that. We have been selling our debt to them, and they've been buying it. And that's only one of the reasons that China's flushed with cash, and Saudi Arabia has tons of money. I mean, Saudi Arabia's got Saudi Arabia's got oil, which everybody wants, but at the same time, shit. They're also one of the more somewhat moderate countries in the Middle East. I won't sit here and say that they're the most moderate but they've been friendly to the West, and because they've been mostly friendly to the West, I should say, because of that, that's where Western countries tend to sell most of their debt to. And now they're buying stuff up. Chinese and the Saudis are buying stuff up, and China has been working to acquire Ubisoft for a long time. And the rumor has it, I read this morning, is that they're about to announce that. But now, apparently, not. So, I mean, I guess we'll see. But welcome back. But my whole point is that you keep selling your debt, you keep giving money and capital to these entities, and eventually they're going to want to spend that. They're going to want to try to figure out what they're going to do with that money, and there are issues. There are going to be issues. While Saudi Arabia is considered to be an ally of the United States, I don't think that everybody believes that, and no one believes that China is an ally of the United States. So if the Chinese are going to buy the French company Ubisoft, that means they're going to get full control of Assassin's Creed. And I'm not saying that's a good thing. I'm just telling you that's how it's going to, what they want, and probably what they're going to end up getting after the failure of Assassin's Creed Shadows, which, once again, I looked on Amazon's Black Friday stuff so far, and it's still not cheap enough for me to pull the trigger. They're going to have to, if the Chinese end up buying Ubisoft, they're going to have full control of a Western publisher, Western game developer. You're going to see a lot of changes. And a lot of those changes are not going to be what a lot of people think that they want. All right, so we did that. Because it always kills me that they're like, well, everything will be fine. We'll just China, they'll be fine. No, they won't. You really shouldn't be begging for China to buy up companies like that. I did see that there's another world boss down over here. Let's see if we can get there before he disappears and fix his wagon. Okay. Lucky Lou, Handy Howard. Nice. Okay. Really? Another vial went up there. Okay, I mean, I was gonna do well. We'll still go do some more missions, but or bounties or whatever. 25% towards our next level. There we go. A lot of bad guys here. Boy, that sucked. Okay, took care of that. Let's go see what's over here. Over here. Get some rippers out of the way, and then... Ow. Yeah, I did that. Should have some These are manglers. Really looking more for rippers. These will be rippers. This will help us out. Nice. Okay, I will transport back here, and there should be some wild horns up there. Here we go over here. Now give us some wild horns to kill. There's some. Boy, I tell you, they pop you, and sometimes they just pop you really good. Now we're looking on our next level here. Over halfway. Those are manglers. Which is funny, because I'm always looking for manglers. There's some wild horns. Hopefully there's at least 3 over here. We're about to get our specialization upgrade too, which... There we go. And there's a world boss. Oh, it's this guy again. I'm sure I have things in our inventory. We need 18 rewards. No legendaries. What'll really be interesting is when they do the pearlescence next year. When they do the one of the bounty packs next year, early next year, it's supposed to have pearlescence, which is going to be a rarity over legendary. I think that'll be interesting to see. It's going to be interesting to see what they're planning on doing with it, and if they're going to make the pearlescence more static of a drop, because legendaries they're just as random as any other weapon you get. You can get, I mean, the bod that I'm using right now has toric stickies, which is random. You can get that or not. And then it also has radiation, which you can get or not. So it's interesting to see what they're going to end up doing with that, I think. There we go. Okay. So we did all that. Okay, let's see. Oh, all the way down there. Okay, well, we got it. Anything else over here? Just still acquire. Um, let's see where it is compared to where. Okay, we'll go this way. Now we need Mangler tails instead of hots. Have a hot, shall we? Yeah, have a hot. So far, the only game I'm looking forward to next year is the new Resident Evil. I don't know about anybody else, but I think what we're seeing kind of right now is, especially here in the West, is a kind of a reset of the way gaming works and has operated, because it's been too corporatized, and it's been that way for a long time, but it really has shown itself over the last 5 to 10 years. It's actually, and I guess the best way I could put it is, back in the 90s, before mid 90s, when Sony got involved. I'm going to blame Sony for this because Sony did a lot here. Basically, we had it's probably over here. There, yeah. We had Nintendo and Sega and all the companies trying to make games and make money, and there was creativity. It was in abundance. Uh, Very much about moving into let's try here. Creating new experiences, making new games, creating new characters, new worlds, new stories. That was very much how gaming was in the late 80s and early 90s, in the 10 years. But after the game crashed, Nintendo comes back in, makes Mario, sets everything on its side, on its end, and everyone's trying to play catch up. Hmm. Uh, and a lot of the companies that were doing this, I don't think knew uh, how long they were going to be involved with it. I've told the story before about Nintendo being kind of a fly-by-night toy company, which a lot of people still say that they are, and they're not. There we go. Their specialization level up. Usually, it's the vegans of the video game audience, the PC master race, who gets really pissed off that Nintendo exists, even though there would be no video game uh, uh, industry without Nintendo right now. And I'm not saying everything Nintendo does is freaking perfect, because it's not. They've shown to be petty and anti-consumer and all that good stuff and whatever. But anyway, they basically, a lot of these companies got involved with video games, and they were just trying to make as much as they could to cash out their chips. It's like being a poker player. If you go to Vegas, if you go to a casino and you're playing poker, you get to a point where you realize, okay, now I've made X amount of money. We need to cash our chips out before we start losing. And that's how gaming has been since Nintendo brought everything back here in the West, or I'm sorry, in North America. That's how it has been. We have Nintendo and a lot of these companies are like, we need to make as much as we can while we can make it, because we just don't know how long this gravy train's going to keep going. Eventually, the biscuit wheels are going to get too soggy and fall apart. So let's make as much as we can while we can, which is fine. Here comes Sony, right? And Sony goes to these publishers and developers during the mid 90s, and this is when Nintendo was not just being anti-consumer to the consumer, but being anti-consumer to uh, their marketing partners, their third parties. So you have these companies who are like, we're just tired of Nintendo's bullshit. And believe me, Nintendo did do a lot of anti-consumer, a lot of anti-third party stuff during the end of the Super Nintendo's lifespan, including undercutting the prices of their third parties so they could make themselves their games cheaper, because they don't have to pay their own publishing fees. So when you would walk into your mom would walk into a store to buy you a game for Christmas or whatever, and she saw that you had Donkey Kong Country and another game that was made by a third party, and she looks at them and goes, well, Donkey Kong Country is $10 cheaper than the third party game, the other game. Not that she would know what a third party was, or my mother wouldn't, I should say. Holy shit, this is why I'm going to get this. Well, that ended up pissing off a lot of the third parties. So because Nintendo basically was undercutting, was using their position to enrich themselves and to disrupt the amount of units that could be sold of their marketing partners, of their third parties. And that might not sound like a big deal, but trust me, it was a very big deal. And Sony smartly came in and said, "Hey, we can help you. help you, by letting you make more units for less money because CDs were cost pennies on a dollar to produce. That thing's name is Snatch. That's funny. Uh, you don't have to worry about going through making the cost of making cartridges and things like that. Will you'll be able to sell games, uh, for 30-40 bucks. So you'll be able to sell your games cheaper, and you can make more copies for the same amount of money. Well, when that happened, everything became a lot more corporatized with video games. From that point, there where you had a lot of your Western publishers in particular, not West Eastern. I'm sorry, your Konamis, your Capcoms, uh, Koei, Squaresoft. All these companies were like, well, why wouldn't we do this? Trace. uh, so that they would they became more of a they were starting to move away from being creative and more for being profitable. Okay. Now, don't get me wrong. I am a business major. The goal of any business is to be profitable. That's the goal of any business, is to make money for themselves or their investors, shareholders, whatever else. Uh, and I am definitely one that believes in and supports capitalism. Absolutely. Capitalism is why we have this game right here as it is. That being said, when profits take precedence over creativity, innovation, when it's more about that than it is about profitability, than it is about making something a quality product that people are really going to want and everything, it's just not a good look in entertainment. And because technology has worked the way that it has, we've seen it in real time over, slowly over the decades with movies and television shows. But because tech is tech, and tech moves a lot faster, and video games have moved a lot faster than movies and television shows have, we're seeing it happen in like warp speed light time, much quicker in video games. And it's because most of the legacy IPs that you grew up playing are not necessarily about being fun or being creative or being innovative anymore. They're about, let's see, let's we got to get to work on the new Call of Duty because we have to have it ready by November of next year. I hate to tell you guys this, but I know right now there's a big to-do going on with Black Ops 7 and whether it's any good or not, and that's all subjective, and I'm not going to get into that. I haven't played Black Ops 7, so I don't know if it's any good or not. I've heard the campaign is pathetically short, which tells me all I really need to know, but I know there are people that are enjoying it, and that's all that matters in the long run. And if you're enjoying it, you have a right to enjoy it. But they've already started work on the next Call of Duty, okay? No doubt at all. They are already working on the next COD, and there's no doubt about it at all. And we'll see. But instead of them moving on to do something else, instead of them moving on to do something innovative, instead of them moving on to even take Call of Duty into a new direction, what they're going to do is going to be very similar to what they did with this last one. And as long as people keep buying it, as long as they keep that the fans don't demand change, it'll stay that way. And if you want any more proof of that, look at Borderlands 4. They brought out Borderlands 4 in September. People played it. I'm a big Borderlands fan. I've played a lot worse games than this. Don't get me wrong. Even though I said this is the worst out of all of them, and I do believe that, it's still fun. I still enjoy playing it. But it wasn't me. I want to make this completely clear. I'm not trying to take credit for. Yeah, I'm a cog in the machine, but it took a lot of people to look at what Gearbox was attempting to do with Borderlands 4, and they said, we don't like this. This is not good. We don't like the direction that this is going. And Gearbox, to their credit, seems to be listening, and that's why this latest expansion was free. And apparently, I read that they did not squeeze as much into this expansion as they wanted to, which they were time crunch, and that's another reason it's free. I personally think they did it because, as I put on Twitter yesterday, and it made Desi, my girlfriend, laugh her ass off, that the Halloween event from last month went over like a wet fart in church. It's exactly what happened. Is people were excited to play it, and what they got was it's not even a spit shine. What they got was just not good. Collect, acquire, patrol, bounty. Okay, these are all. I don't want acquires. Yeah. Oh, wrong way. But the overly corporatization of gaming has led it to where it's now more about cashing in on popularity or whatever, instead of actually putting out a product that people are going to try to resonate with. And that's changed. That's changed in the last probably 10 years. When I worked at GameStop, I was in on meetings with publishers where they would say, I know exactly how publishers would go about finding new talent and new IPs and new things, as they would go out and seek independent voices in gaming that were making other games, and they were saying, what can we do to make this bigger and better? And they would do that because of the profits they were making off of their yearly franchises, right? So they would actually, EA would go and bring out FIFA, and bring out John Madden Football, and bring out Need for Speed, and all these games, and the profits they were making off of those games, because they were yearly and people did like them and were supporting them, they would use to bring out games like Dead Space and Mirror's Edge and stuff like that, and hopefully trying to find the next thing. That's how gaming worked. Now they've cut that out completely. Now a lot of that is because of self-publishing on Steam and on PlayStation Store. You no longer have to kiss the ring of Electronic Arts to get your product in front of the eyes of the gamers. You can do that yourselves. But these companies now are more, since they are so corporatized and they are so focused on profits, and they're so focused on and again, their fiduciary goal is to make sure they're making their investors money. That's what legally they have to do that. EA can't just say, well, we're going to lose a whole bunch of money on this shit, but screw our investors. They can't do that. They actually could go to the CEOs and higher ups could actually here in the United States get in a lot of trouble for not for not being honest and careful with the funds given to them by their investors. but because now we're so corporatized and so focused on that, you're seeing that instead of EA taking the profits from Madden and FIFA to find the next big game, to find the next stuff that people want to play, to put the next big IPs on the map, they're just taking that money and they're reinvesting it back in uh, their company, their games that they own. That's what they're doing, and they're taking the profits and of course, again, this is what they're supposed to do, giving it to nice their companies. They're the stuff that they own. They're not trying to go out and find the next big thing. They are trying to hang on to what things that they have. Which is another thing that you're seeing when it comes to stuff like, I'll just take John Madden football for those who are not in the know. And believe me, if you're not in the United States, I completely understand. There's no bigger sport here in the United States than the National Football League, American football. It is a lifestyle here. It is a huge lifestyle here. The NFL season, the Super Bowl is the biggest thing on TV here in the United States. It's a huge, huge, huge deal. 7, one more, and we'll get an 8. It's massive, guys. It really is, and the only company allowed to make games with the National Football League teams and the National Football League players via contract is Electronic Arts. They signed it to an official deal. So therefore, you might have the next big idea to make an American football game and go, holy shit, I could really do something with this. And that's great. But you can't make it based off of the league. You can't make it based off of the players. And the reason why that happened was because of 2K. Basically, 2K, the 2K Sports brand was a big deal. This is the wrong way. Was a really big deal. It was very big, and you know what? I'm not going to take a lunch. We're just going to play right through. Back before things ended up being the way that they are. EA had a lot of competition when it came to football, and when I was a kid, on the SNES and things like that, you would see companies, a lot of companies, either do licenses with the NFL or the NFLPA, Players Association, and there was a competition. There was a lot of competition out there. You had your Tecmo Bowls, and I could tell you, I remember, when I was a kid on the old Nintendo, there was John Elway football. And then when we got to the Super Nintendo, every year there would be Troy Aikman football or Sterling Sharp football or Deion Sanders primetime football. And they would usually have the NFL license and or the NFLPA license, and NFL Quarterback Club, all these different games out there that were based off of the National Football League, and 2K was one of them. They were with Sega, if I'm not mistaken. They were a thing with Sega, and then Sega got done making sports games like that around the Sega Saturn time, and they had to do their own thing. So they went out and they made, I can't remember the year it was, but they did NFL 2K, whatever it was, and instead they didn't have the NFL license, but they did have the license for the players, or the players, but they had the license for, no wait, No, this is a lie. I apologize. I am mistaken. I'm thinking what they tried later. They had the license to the NFL and the NFLPA, so they made this 2K football game. And 2K basically said, look, the only way we're going to get this in people's hands is to sell it for a really cheap price. So the NFL, so instead of them selling it for, Madden I believe was $50 at the time. 2K releases NFL. I think it was 2K6, maybe 2K6, 2K5, 2K6, whatever it was. They bring out this thing and they sell it for $20. So you go to the store, right, and you're looking at to buy a football game. And the 2K reason for selling it for $20 was they just wanted to get it in people's hands. They were like, well, we're willing to take less of a profit this year in order to put our name on the map for football. And then next year or the year after, we will be there to be a healthy competition for John Madden football. So you go into the store to pick up a football game, and you could see that John Madden football was $50, but then here's 2K, NFL 2K, and it's $20. So people flocked to the 2K game because it was so much cheaper. Well, needless to say, EA didn't like it at all. Ooh, there's a world drop. Let's check that out in just a second. We do need Cratch Wings. So EA, the butthurt EA, which again, I'm not saying they did anything wrong. I completely understand why they did what they did. The triple bypass. That's actually, I'm gonna take that. They go and they sign an exclusive contract with the National Football League and the NFLPA. So any game that football game that has come out since that time legally cannot use the names of the players or the logos of and names of the teams. So yeah, there might be a American football game out there where Pittsburgh is represented. I'm a big Steelers fan, so I'm using Pittsburgh as an example. Pittsburgh has a football team, but they can't use the colors, they can't use the team name, they can't use any of the players. It's just Pittsburgh in name only. And but basically they did it to cripple 2K. They crippled 2K from being able to make football games. Now 2K did try it again, but they did, instead of them doing current, they did basically like an all-star game where it was NFL 2K whatever it was, and it was all legendary football players. So instead of it being current players, it was Joe Montana, I can talk, Dan Marino, Jerry Rice, football players from the 80s and 90s that we grew up watching that were not really officially part of the NFLPA anymore because they had retired and moved on, and they don't pay dues when they're not receiving a paycheck from the NFL. And it did okay, but it didn't do as well as they wanted it to, and that's why we haven't seen anything since out of 2K. But that's one of those things that when you were looking at how corporatized gaming has gotten, that's it right there. The NFL is a big one because there used to be people. The football used to be a competition. There used to be a robust competition, and because EA has had the exclusive rights to make NFL games with John Madden Football, there's been no innovation. Every year people still play it. People want that football fix, but they don't necessarily like uh, they don't like the competition, so there is no competition. It's just if you want to play the NFL, you have to buy John Madden football, and that has been to the detriment of football games since there's no innovation, since there's no one there being creative, since there's no one there pushing EA to improve their game because they are the game. They're the only game in town if you want to play American football. So or professional with the NFL. So it's that's a great example of the over corporatization of how gaming is that there's no one there to try to make something better, to try to get some to make something uh, uh, to drive folks to make better products. Instead, they just take the product that's already there and they just keep updating the roster and slapping the name on it and putting Madden 2025 and here they come, and that'll be August of next year, or Madden 2026, or Madden 26 will come out. And again, I'm not, by no means saying what EA did was wrong as far as a business standpoint goes, but what it is it does stifle creativity. It does stifle everyone doing anything new, and that is why we see Jesus Christ, get back. Why we see a lot of these AAA games floundering right now is because they're not driven to innovate. They're not driven by anything to be better. They're driven by, we have to get an Assassin's Creed game out. Let's just this time we're going to do it here, and that's all there really is. Instead of them going, we could really make something profitable, or not profitable. Yes, profitable. We could really make something really cool here if we were to take Assassin's Creed and put it into this time period, and we'll make this character, and then we'll do things to differently. Instead, now it's all paint by numbers. There's not a lot of they don't innovate because they don't have to innovate. At least they don't feel like they have to, and that's why they're losing money hand over fist and acting like it's our problem that they can't make anything worth a damn, which is classic. Actually, it's not classic. It's more. It's classic now, but it's not. One thing you would never hear a company say 15 years ago was, well, it's the fans' fault. The fans are full of hate and horribleness and terror, and we don't stand for this whatsoever because we're putting out the best product we can, and they're really not. And they'll blame anything that they can for the press. And try to blame the gamer for their deficiencies, when in reality it's not. There's bad actors in every group. I'm not going to sit here and say that nobody, because I don't like using all-encompassing language. I don't know about anybody else. But that's why I don't like to say the first. I'll say the first I remember. I'll say something like that, but I never say the first. And just like I don't like saying everybody. I don't like saying nobody, because those again are absolutes. And that is not usually how it works. There's bad actors and everything, and there's good actors and everything too, as far as in a fandom. But if you release an Assassin's Creed game and it sells like shit, and your first reaction to it, at least in the press, is to blame your consumer base for not buying it, when your consumer base has been telling you up until its launch, a big portion of them, this is bullshit. And if you have to hire people to change uh, Wikipedia, and you have to hire people to say that that what you're trying to shill for is true historically, when every historical historically accurate depiction has said the exact opposite. You know, maybe the problem isn't your bigoted fan base that you're claiming. Maybe it's with your product. Maybe it's with your vision. Maybe it's with the narrative you're driving, which it always is. It's that's the stupid thing about it is that you know there are people out there who love rage baiting and all that, and I'm not one of them. I do watch a couple of those channels that are into the rage baiting, and a lot of the time I agree with their opinions on things, but not always. And but that's what they do, and that's where they're good at what they do, and I don't get that bag as far as I'm concerned. I wish I had that bag, but I'm not going to sit here and act like that the companies are completely blameless either, because they're not. The companies put themselves in this position, and they thought they were streamlining their portfolios by eliminating the waste of going out and trying to find the next big thing, and thinking they can just continue to capitalize on having the last big thing. And a lot of them are finding out you can't rest on your laurels. It's guys, it's business 101. If you are not creating, if you are not innovating, if you are not pushing forward and improving what you have, improving your product, somebody else will. And I mean, that's just, again, that's business school day one. Business 101 is if you don't do it, somebody else will. So you might as well learn about it and change it and nice. Why aren't you trying to innovate? Why aren't you trying to improve your product? Why are you not trying to give your customer base what they want, as opposed to you telling your customer base what they want, and when they tell you no, we don't want that, your answer is, well, that's because you're every name under the rainbow, instead of realizing, well, maybe, just maybe, we do need to listen. Killer origin story. All right, I do have some beef sticks here that I keep available just for when I don't take a lunch. And since I'm taking next week off, I'm not taking a lunch today. And because it's noon and 12:30, and whatever. So I am going to open up this thing of beef sticks. I'm going to have a couple of them because I need the protein. I need to eat. So, here we go. Those are good. Oh, those are spicy too. That being said, anyway. That's how I feel basically about how gaming has gotten way too corporatized. Because there's no room for creativity or innovation anymore, and they'll act like they are. They'll always say, "Oh yeah, we look at innovation as being a very important thing," and then when you look at, for instance, John Madden football, you'll go, what's the lie detector test for Maury Povich? The lie detector would prove that's a lie, whoever it is. It's just, you can't just continue to beat that drum that the problem is your customers, not your products. Wow, he didn't last very long. And you really need, the thing is that when it comes to entertainment, you do need passion, you do need creativity, you need innovation, you need things, you want to be able to create a world. I mean, we're playing, here we are playing Borderlands 4. This is Borderlands, while it's almost 20 years old as a franchise, which makes me feel insanely old. Oh, that's an element eater. Let's see. 6 rewards. While it is you need creativity. You need to have people there that are going to push everything forward. Hey, Grizzled, good to see you. The expansion is, I like it. I do. To me, I think it should have been what the free Halloween pack was. But Gearbox apparently is learning, so hopefully they will learn that for the next year's expansions, where they go, maybe we need to, go back to the drawing board on our roadmap and figure out what people actually want before we start saying we're going to put stuff out, and then we put it out and it doesn't go over well. What do we do? How are you doing today, bub? What? And we are, how close are we now? One more, we're almost there, and then we'll have enough for our first 8-banger. But yeah, everything is going well today. Let's see, where the hell are we? Go all the way down there. I do see a boss. Damn, he's all the way down there. Okay, let's kill the boss and then we'll go all the way down there. Might take a bit of a pee break, since I'm not taking a lunch today. Thanks, champ. Boy, that's those beef sticks are spicy. We these are ones I bought from like the local grocery, so they're not. As far as preservatives and stuff go, I'm sure it's got a whole bunch of them in there. That's how packaged products work. But locally here, there's a butcher that we have a few towns over that has these beef sticks that are just absolutely dynamite. They're freshly made. They say they're award winning, but I always take award winning with a grain of salt. But they are damn good. It's a divisioner again. There we go. He didn't drop anything worth a damn. We're used to that by now. I should look at what I have here. Trapcore collect chug toms from the Rippers. Okay, well we have Rippers here, so let's kill these things and take their chug tongs. We want to get our I want to get all the cosmetics. But anyway, that's what I was talking about with the overly corporatization of video games and the position that EA and a lot of these companies find themselves in. And they've done it to themselves. I'm not at all saying this is bad. That it's anyone's fault but themselves that they're the ones who have done that this. But at the same time, I understand that they're trying to protect what they're doing and. They're trying their best to protect what I think is theirs, and make as much money as they can. But the truth is that they don't change anything. They don't innovate. They don't make anything good anymore. I shouldn't say make anything good. They don't make anything that drives creativity or innovation in their brand. So you see things like Black Ops 7 come out where a significant portion of the fan base goes, what the hell is this shit? And to be fair, I am friends and seen people say they love Black Ops 7. But it's not the runaway, holy shit success that COD used to be. Hell, when in the long and the short of it, in how close are we? Okay. When it comes down to Call of Duty, back when I worked at GameStop, COD was a pillar of sales. Like it was, you counted on that for you to make your bottom line every year. And sadly, it's no longer. And that was like Modern Warfare 1, Modern Warfare 2. I can tell you guys this. I remember they did Modern Warfare 1, and then after that they did I want to say the company that created Call of Duty is a company called Infinity Ward. I don't know if they still exist or not. I know the creators left. The people who were the creators of Infinity Ward are no longer there. They moved on to the company that Respawn that did Titanfall. Uh, uh, but they would take them 2 years to make a Call of Duty game. Infinity Ward is what it used to do, and they would actually they would take a year off to create the next thing. So they did Modern Warfare, Call of Duty Modern Warfare, which was overwhelmingly, I don't want to say universally, I'm sure there's some people who didn't like it, thought it was fan effing tastic. So the fans were hungry to see what was going to be next. They were like, "We got it. What's the next Call of Duty going to be like? This is going to be amazing. Can't wait." Well, it was an off year because it took them 2 years. It took them 2 years to develop that stuff. So another company called, oh, what the hell's the name of that company? Treyarch. Oh, you bastard. Yeah, I died there. Treyarch did a Call of Duty. It was every other year. So Infinity Ward would do Call of Duty, then it would be Treyarch, then it would go back to Infinity Ward, then it would go back to Treyarch. Well, people were kind of upset because Treyarch was next year, and they did another World War II shooter. And needless to say, it didn't go over as well as Modern Warfare did. But I'm pretty sure that's where we got zombies from. I mean, the Call of Duty zombies, I mean. Could be wrong about that, but I want to say Call of Duty, that Treyarch was the one who came up with the zombies in one of the World War II shooters. And didn't go. I mean, that was the saving grace for it. Okay, we're looking for the scrap core. There's something over here. Is that an elemental eater? No. There we go. Okay. But I do remember that. It was one of the World War II ones that Treyarch came up with, is where zombies were. And if memory serves me right, Infinity Ward was not happy with the way that Call of Duty was treated by Treyarch. That the people who were Infinity Ward were like, what the hell are you guys doing with our shit? We kind of like what we're building here, and you guys are putting zombies in it, you know? Long time ago, though. Oh, there it is. core battery, 732 meters, all the way up over there. Oh, and there's a boss too, so let's just fast travel. We'll go that way. But yeah, I mean, if you go back and you look at a lot of that stuff, you'll definitely see how gaming has changed and become way too corporatized. Way too corporatized. Because they're not making stuff for fun anymore. They're making stuff for profit. Which is why a lot of your... Those are spicy-ass beef sticks. Which is a big reason why I honestly believe that if... the best place you can go for creativity in gaming right now is with your independent developers. Independent developers and publishers. The ones that are not multi-billion dollars or have a multi-billion dollar or multi-million dollars, you know, who can afford it. People who can't afford to spend $250 million on the budget of a game are the only place right now where you're going to see innovation in gaming. Sorry. I say that as somebody who loves legacy IPs and loves playing the games I grew up with and wants to see them do well. But it's just not there right now. The funny thing about these beef sticks that I have here, the spicy ones, is I got it's a local brand. It's called Old Wisconsin, but they're not Slim Jims. They're much higher grade than getting Slim Jims. Okay, and basically you can go to here in the United States. We all have our local brands. You can turn on. You know, you can go to the store and get like Lay's potato chips in 50 states here and then some. And we all have those. But we also have our local brands that we really like. You know, for instance, with potato chips, I lived in... Okay, my boss battle disappeared, went the other way. I lived in Louisiana for a little bit, and they have a local brand who's probably been purchased by a big brand because I can now get those chips up here, called Zapp's, Zapps, Zapp's potato chips. And when I lived outside of New Orleans, those were like the chips. Like, you didn't go to the store to get... they had Lay's and Doritos and all that. But the chips that everybody wanted were the Zapp's out there because they were local, and they had a spice blend, still have a spice blend that is very much for their chips. And I think I gotta go up there, don't I? But you know, that's the local thing. That's, you know, we have local brands for stuff like that. So we do have loyalty of local with local brands here in the States, and then here in the States we have 50 states, and the United States is huge, so we have a lot of variety when it comes to local stuff here. You know, I mean, just if you look at pizza alone. There are many different types of American pizza here. Now, some of them are much better than others, but there's still the people that are local to those areas. Like, I live outside of Chicago now. The Chicago deep dish pizza, people are very loyal to Chicago deep dish pizzas here. Don't get me wrong. I think they're okay. They have their moments. They have their time. They have their place. But I'd rather have New York pizza, 100 times out of 100. so our next guy we're going to fight is down there. I'm going to go ahead and travel to this. And then we're going to float down, go fight this guy, or hunt that guy down. There we go. Pretty sure this is a... Well, I know it's an animal. It's a hunt. I think it's a mangler, though. But it might be a cratch. Once we finish him off, I want to take a quick little bio break. Oh, God. Okay. Hey, that's a bingo. Another world drop. That's like our third world drop today. What do we got? Looks like a gun. The fisheye. I wonder what the red text on that means. I love it when I can figure out what the red text is without looking it up. Yep, okay. It's a big guy. Alright, let's do a fast travel. Well, first let's look at our vault cards. Vault card, okay. We have one. We're almost got another level up. Will get us 2 more tickets. Let's go ahead and fast travel to over here. And while we're loading that, I'm going to take a quick little bio break. Because Enigma has to pee. So give me like 30 seconds. I'll be right back. Okay. Hi, Whiskey. You being a good boy? He is. Whiskey's a good boy. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. But the body has to expel sometimes. All right. Let's tuck my feet under my blanket here. I was so comfortable last night. Acquire I don't want. Collect I'll do. Yes. Yes. Sure. But I was laying in bed this last night, about to go to sleep, and I'd had some bourbon. I've been one of the things that I definitely needed to do is get more tired, because there's been a couple of nights over the last couple of weeks where I haven't been sleeping well. So I went and got a bottle of bourbon, and it has been really, really good for helping me sleep. And what is this? Patrol, okay. Yeah, patrols are great. We'll take care of it tomorrow, big sis. But anyway, I was laying, but I have a weighted blanket in our bed upstairs. Desi is not a huge fan of the weighted blanket, but I actually really like it because it simulates you having kind of like being hugged, and it's quite nice. These guys not respawn yet? There they are. I was just say. So, but I was laying in bed last night, trying to get to sleep, and I just felt so good. I had the weighted blanket around me. My body was falling asleep, and I was like, oh, this feels so nice. And when I woke up this morning, I was very much that same feeling where it was like, oh, I really don't want to get out of bed, but the show must go on. I have to be here. So at least this week. Next week again, I'm taking next week off. So American Thanksgiving is this next week, and I will be out of town with Desi Dish with my girlfriend. Works for me. But it was really nice to get that kind of rest. And nice thing is I'm going to get to sleep in tomorrow because while we're taking whiskey to have to be groomed, he will not be. It's not until like 1:30 or 2:30, so I'll be able to sleep in a little bit. And on the weekends, I sometimes sleep till 9 or 10, which is nice. But it's all part of having that kind of freedom to do that, quite honestly. There you go. Need to make sure we get our cratch wings. But this weekend, I also, because Desi and I are going away, we need to I need to look at movies and see what we're going to take with us. I don't know if the place we're staying has a Blu-ray player in it or not, but we'll take our own, and we'll watch some fun stuff. Should be a good time. Should be just nice for us to go down and rest and recover. I know I have talked at length about the issues I've had over the last couple of weeks, so it's going to be nice to have that to where I can just go and recover and come on back, and get recharged for the holidays and streaming for you guys here, creating content for you guys here. I do want to do a video this weekend though. We'll see if I can do it. If not, I mean, there's always Monday. The thing is that since we're not leaving till Tuesday, so but Monday I'm probably the day I get everything packed for me anyway. My amazing, loving, wonderful girlfriend, Desi Dish, uh, takes her some time to get to pack. Me, it takes about 10 minutes. So if I can get my stuff out of the way on Monday and get everything ready so she can have free reign on Tuesday, then we'll hopefully get out. I'll be able to get out of here and get down to where we're going on Tuesday afternoon, and still while the sun is still out. But it won't take me long at all. Or maybe I'll encourage her to use Monday to get ready, and then I can do it on Tuesday because it'll take me 10 minutes. Well, something's shooting me. And oh, okay. All right. So there's a boss battle up there. Let's see if we can go grab that. Yep, this is the right way. The correct way. We do need some Cratch wings, 8 more Cratch wings, so we'll be looking for those when we're over here. Cratch, patrol manglers, okay. So kill the manglers. Ooh, that's an invisible one. Barely saw him, but there, got him. Pongo Bongo. There's one of them. Once again, we got no drops there, at least not from the dedicated side of things. Maybe one of the things because I will work on things, hopefully, while I am gone. There's a couple of things, like I've opened a Throne account, but I've never added anything to it. Maybe I should finally take the time to do that. Because there are always things I could... That's an element eater. There's always things I could use, and I would be a liar if I said that if money wasn't driving my anxiety over the last couple of weeks. It has been money based. But people don't buy my shit now, so I guess we'll see. So we did Pongo Bongo. We do need. I need 8 more Cratch Wings. Need some more Manglers. Are Wild Horns on the list? No. Just Cratch and Manglers right now. And yeah, I know I'm not talking. I'm not saying anything because there's a lot of contradiction always. So I know I'm not. I. It seems like I'm ignoring, and I'm not ignoring. I'm just not acknowledging. Manglers and Cratch. That's what we're looking for. Manglers and Cratch, like bangers and mash. I always find the best ways to not engage sometimes. Thank you. All right. Manglers are out. Now it's just killing Cratch and collecting Cratch wings for the next batch. Good shot there. And of course, I would be remiss if I didn't give my little holiday speech about the holidays and people being lonely and feeling alone during this time of year. The Here in America, like I said, we're 6 days away from our Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving, the time period between Thanksgiving and Christmas, is a loving time for a lot of Americans, where we spend time with friends and family, and try to look at things a little more positively if we can. But it can be also sad, because there's folks who either don't have families, a family passed away, or whatever, and they don't have friends, and there are a lot of friends, I should say, and the time of year can emphasize their loneliness more than it does help them get over it. So I just hope that everyone I don't like using the word getting over it, because that's not what you don't get over that. You don't get over. You just don't simply just get up one day and go, "Oh, I'm over it." When it's that deeply rooted in your psyche. But I definitely hope that fewer people feel that way. Okay, we killed the Cratch. Now we just need but 2 more wings, and then that'll be done with that one. Really? How did I miss every shot? There we go. And there's places you can call. There's places you can go uh, where people will be there for you. You know, I will definitely be emphasizing that kind of stuff on my streams because I want people to feel more uh, happy. I do. And believe me, I understand and I know there are people that are only happy when they're making everybody else miserable. Believe me, I know that better than especially with some of the folks I've met on Twitch. Um, but overall, I try not to dwell on the negative if I can. But it can be hard. It can be hard because when you're by yourself, you overthink and your mind uh, plays tricks on you, and it can take you to some dark places if you let your mind go there. So do me a favor and try to treat people well during the holidays. Service industry. Your pizza delivery guy, a cashier at Target. The If you're on Amazon and you're chatting with someone there trying to help you figure out where your shit is or something like that, try to treat them well because they probably aren't getting that from anywhere right now, and they're overworked, underpaid, underappreciated. And the last thing that I think people would want to do is make those people feel worse about their situation than they already do. Let's kill this boss, and then we'll go get some more quests. How close are we now that I look at the vault card here? Oh, we almost got another level. Awesome. We're just chugging right along now. Wrong gun. There's our next level up for a vault card. No, I'm curious just because we've already done it. All right, so let's check out. Let's go back. Yeah. Hello. Patrol, yes. up there. Okay, no problem. Do we have anything here? Nope, here they are. Oh, my. We're heading the right way. That being said, I still want to make sure to get these calf horns out of the way too. So, just 2 more. Typical. Absolutely typical. I need 1 more. He's actually right there. Glad I had those beef sticks. They're spicy though. The funny thing is, that these old Wisconsin. Oh, these are Clements. These aren't even old Wisconsin. I thought they were old Wisconsin. I bought the wrong brand. That's why they're so spicy. No, the old Wisconsin ones. It's beef sticks. The regular ones, I thought were kind of bland, but the spicy ones are pretty decent. Oh, we have a boss too. Okay. Pardon me. I am so looking forward to my vacation. All right, what do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Who's here? Who's here? The rock and roller again. Are you kidding me? All right, well, someone come out. Nope. Damn it. I die more times from like the last ditch effort. Nope, give me back my gun. But at least we killed it. And now we got to go kill that other thing. So here we go. Yeah, where were you when I needed you? Yeah. You got to think of the movies I'm going to take so for us to watch. Desi and I watched a couple last weekend. We watched Kung Fu Panda. She had never seen it. Truth is, though, is that I don't own the third movie. I only own the first two, and I don't own the. I think there's a fourth one, and I've never even seen the fourth one. So, but I always liked Kung Fu Panda because first of all, it makes me laugh. Second of all, it's got a great message, and third of all, it is the first movie that DreamWorks Animation did that they made out of like really love and reverence for what the source material, kung fu movies. You could tell that they just love kung fu movies, and that's what it is. If you go back and you watch a lot of DreamWorks Animation, I know people are going to say Shrek, which Shrek is the most famous, of course, because it was the first ones that they did. And I have a funny story about the first Shrek movie. But Shrek was made out of hatred. If you go back and watch Shrek and realize it's nothing more than a middle finger to Disney, which is exactly what it is. It is a hate-filled middle finger to the Walt Disney Company because of was it Michael Eisner? Michael Eisner was passed over to be the CEO, so he set out on his own. But it's funny and it's a great film and I love watching it. But it takes on a completely different meaning when you realize that it was made out of spite than it was out of love for things. And and DreamWorks either made stuff for a while out of spite or out of needing profits. Which, if you watch like Shark Tale, it's nothing but a whole lot of bad puns. You turn around and you go and you see, Kung Fu Panda. You can tell that there was no anger or hatred or anything in that whatsoever. It was just, we love Kung Fu movies. Let's make an homage to the Kung Fu, movie. And that's why, to me, it's probably the best series that DreamWorks has come up with, because it is made from love and reverence instead of vitriol and hatred. I'm pretty sure we have more stuff to open here. 18. Holy crap. My funny story about Shrek. When it first came out, I was... Ooh, no, don't do that. No, no! I was it's online dating. I was looking to meet a young lady, and so I was on your dating websites. This was before, I believe, there was cell phone apps, quite honestly. So it wasn't like it was Tinder or anything like that. They might have existed, but I wouldn't know. Don't remember using that one until much later. But anyway, I met a young lady on there, and we were gonna go. We went on a date, and read her profile. Beautiful young lady. Oh, see, there we are again. The murmur. That was supposed to be a Halloween only thing, and it's not. Anyway, we're supposed to meet up on. I'm just gonna say Saturday. I don't know. I don't remember what day it was. We were meeting up. But we were exchanging emails, and it was we were getting flirty and all that about how we wanted to glad to see each other and all that. I get a text message about we were supposed to meet at I don't remember where we met, but we were meeting at this public place, and I get a text message 10 minutes before she shows up saying, "Oh, I couldn't find a babysitter, so I had to bring my son." And I need to be 1000% clear before I say what I'm going to say, and that is that if you love somebody and you meet someone, I have no problem at all with a lady having, if it's somebody that I like, that I enjoy being around, that they have a kid, it wouldn't bother me. Now, Desi does not have any kids, and neither do I, so we're in a pretty preem situation there. But the whole point is, this young lady did not tell me she had a kid. It wasn't in her profile. It wasn't mentioned at all. It was just, hey, I'm bringing my son. And I was like, well, shit. First of all, I didn't know you had a son, but nice to know beforehand. I still would have gone out with her, but you're bringing your kid on a date. That's uh, okay. It doesn't seem like it's going to work out. And honestly, it didn't, because we didn't go on a second date. But she shows up with her kid, and her kid's like less than a year old. So that's kind of another kind of red flag thing where I'm thinking, okay, I'm like rebound guy, or she just got out of a relationship, and I don't know if I want to be rebound guy. It's not. And again, she was beautiful, sweet. I have nothing bad to say about her as a person at all, but except for the fact that she kind of sprung that on me 10 minutes before our date. Hey, by the way, I'm bringing my baby. And I was like, oh, well, okay. Well, didn't know you even had one. Uh, so here we are on this date, and we're going. And she's like, "What do you want to do?" And I'm going, "Well, shit. I guess let's go to the movies. Let's go see the movies." And okay, what are we gonna go see? And I'm thinking, well, we have a kid, so let's go see Shrek. So that's why I saw Shrek. It's because I took a girl on a date there to see it, because she brought that baby I didn't know that she had. And it's not that she had the baby. It's just that she didn't bother telling me she had one to begin with, and then to just kind of just go, okay, well, hey, by the way, this might be this might ruin the date, because I know you want to get to know me and see if we're compatible and everything, but I am gonna make sure my kid is there. So you know what I mean? It's this didn't work out. Still, wherever she is, whatever she's doing, hope that she's happy. Yep. Okay. I didn't kill anything there, but I'll take it. That is, yeah, a vile one. Well, crap. He keeps moving on me. Stop moving. There we go. And I've dated my ex that I before I met Desi, the my ex girlfriend had a son. So it's not like I'm against dating. That I wasn't against dating women who had kids. It's just because if you love somebody, you love somebody. And, but I think it's more with me, the more dishonesty of the whole thing. You know, tell me what I'm getting into before I'm getting into it. Because it wouldn't have mattered as far as her having a kid. Now I wouldn't. Again, I didn't like the fact she brought the kid on the first date, because to me a first date is the kind of thing where you it's about compatibility and seeing if the person that you're meeting is, that you've showed interest in each other, to see if you guys are compatible. That's the whole purpose, really, of a first date. So if you are removing that mouthwash from Rippers, okay, Rippers should be over here. If you are, if you are more, and again, I'm not. This is actually the right for, as a mother, that she should be more worried about. Like if we're on a somewhere together, she should be more worried about her kid than she should me. Absolutely, that's being a good mother. But why would you put that on someone on a first date? It's just it's a big difference. Just a big difference, big difference. Because it's just it just removes the entity of being able to get to know somebody, because no matter what we would have done, no matter anything of that, uh, I was not the focus of her attention on that date, when in reality it's a first date. I should have been, but she brought her kid, and again, her kid should be her first. Yeah, as a mother, it should be, but putting me in that position was difficult. Got you down, da 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 da. Button right on the button. Now we need Mangler hearts. Mangler hearts. My favorite kind of heart. Have a heart, shall we? And let's just take a look at our vault card here. We are 5. We're about to hit 7, so that's cool. So the whole point of the story, the moral of the story, is always be honest. And yeah, just be honest. All honesty is always the best policy. Alright, we need to find ourselves some manglers. Where are they? I need 7 mangler hearts. The anglers, just what I wanted. Okay, I've got 5 now. Oh, shit. Oh, you bastard. And that's an invisible one. Yep. Got him. Nothing there. Get that uridium, baby. Premium currency. Okay. We got that. We are very close now to getting up to 7. Let's head... Ooh, there's a boss. Okay, let's go kill the boss. So how... Oh, hi. Oh, right. Okay, wow. Yes. There we go. I was going to look at the calendar. We're December the 1st is a week from Monday. December the 1st, I'm going to be a month away from turning 50 years old. Can't say I'm happy about that. There's our world boss up there. Let's go kill that world boss. Dun 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 dun. Alright, we got to level up for our vault card. And you... drill her hole. That's what she said. Up here, we haven't been up to this area in a bit, so let's see what they have there. Patrol, acquire, and collect. We don't want to do the acquire. Gravity mine. Alright, so we want rippers, and then there's something else. Why doesn't it? Okay, well, whatever. There's another boss over there. Let's go whip him. And find some rippers along the way. Don't see any rippers yet. Oh, okay. What do we got here? Oh, manglers. I don't really want to... I kind of... With the way these are going... Who are you? Okay, Leadhead. We've beat him before. And he does count as a ripper, so... kill him. If we have to, we'll just reload the game. There should be some rippers over this in this general direction. I farted in your general direction. Your mother was a hamster and your father smelt of elderberries. Which means your mother was a whore and your daddy's a drunk. That's the right way over there. The correct way. Let's go the right way. The correct way. Yes. Yes, there should be something to latch on to. And there is. Let's see. Boom, 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 boom. Self-care. All right, good. This should be rippers. Not to die, but there's another vile psycho over there. Got him. Yep, there we go. One more ripper. I'm definitely a git. One of the. That's what it sounded like he said. You're a git. Or as our British would say, get back in the bin. You belong in the bin. The bin is the garbage. Okay, got that. All right, now we need wild horns again. And how close are we to our next vault card level? We're at 7. We need 8 to get our next level. It'll put us halfway there, and we're about 25% of the way there. So we're doing all right. So apparently Paramount has shelved the movie they were going to do based off of The Last Ronin, which is sad because I have read The Last Ronin comic book, the whole thing. There's an invisible guy. Yeah, I saw him, uh, and it's really good. Like it's The Last Ronin. If you've not read it, go see if it's on Amazon Prime right now and how much it would be to get it because it's a really good story, and I really wanted to see them turn that into a live action adaptation. And they've canceled it, and I was like, oh, that sucks. And then I thought about it a little more, and I was like, yeah, but they probably would have killed it. The last, for those who are not in the know, The Last Ronin is a Ninja Turtles story told by Eastman and is it Eastman and Laird still? I don't remember if they both did it or not. I know at least one of them did it. I think both of them did. Which is pretty amazing because they had a pretty public breakup. One of them sold the rights to the Ninja Turtles to the other, and supposedly it was under the express written consent that they would never ever sell it to a corporation, and then the other guy turned around and sold it to Viacom / Nickelodeon. So the other one felt a little betrayed, but I guess they kissed and made up. I'm pretty sure they've kissed and made up. I don't know if they've kissed, but I believe they have made up. There we are. Another one. The Exterminator. Got him. That was quick. All right. But it's like a post-apocalyptic kind of thing where the Foot Clan ended up murdering three of the Ninja Turtles and Master Splinter, and only one of them is left. And they have to, they basically come out. It's for revenge. They return to New York to get their revenge on. There he does on the Foot Clan, who has apparently taken over New York. And it's a good story. I like it, and I was really hoping when I saw they were going to do a live action Last Ronin movie. I was like, that would be a great movie if they do it right. But knowing Hollywood, again, they don't know. Hollywood these days doesn't know how to do anything, so they probably would have killed it. Not bad. Still looking for some longhorns or some wild horns. Longhorns are in Texas. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Let's go this way. Find some wild horns. We need wild horns. There are some wild horns. So usually they're all over the damn place. Looks like there was like 4 or 5 there. That would be 4. All right. Yeah, well, I don't have to worry about that. At least the water's clean here. One way or another. All right. I hear somebody outside with a leaf blower. Okay, that guy's on our side. Yeah, we've been having this. I live in the Midwest. I live outside of Chicago, and the town we live in. Something that, and I know why it happens this way, guys, because I live outside of Chicago, and Midwest weather is rather random. Do you? What am I thinking about? I'm talking about deciduous trees. What do you think I'm thinking about, Shield? Um, let's just go back down here because I'm all over the damn place. The house where I live, we are surrounded by deciduous trees, and every it's in the choir. Every year, the deciduous trees, the trees turn brown, they fall off of the trees. Well, I've got just in my vicinity, there's one, two, 5 or 6 trees that all drop leaves in our yard. And it's a pain in the ass, quite honestly, because one of the things I can't stand is raking leaves. I really don't like. Are you kidding me, you bastard? And I'm too far out. Yeah, always at the end. But that being said, our town does offer leaf pickup. We do have leaf pickup here twice a year. Well, I mean, in the fall, once at the beginning of the month, once at the end. They came by a couple weeks ago, or this past week, and vacuumed up all the leaves that they could, as long as you rake them out to the street where they can vacuum them up, which is great. They do it, like I said, twice a fall, once at the beginning of November, once towards the end. The only problem is, our trees have not shed all their leaves yet. One of the trees out in our yard hasn't even shed 75% of them yet. 75% of the leaves are still up on the tree. So it's kind of a pain in the ass. There's our last one. So it's a pain in the ass is what I'm trying to say. Is it's a pain in the ass. You can't, they never get it right, and they won't. What'll have to happen is that we'll have to vacuum up, we'll have to get our leaves together once they all fall, and then put them in yard, compost bags that you get from the store. And put them at the curb in the spring. Trace, I'm okay with. Patrol, I'm definitely okay with. Collect, I'm okay with. We'll find the bite box. First, we're going to kill dudes. Okay, so any order left? I know I've come over here and cleaned this out a couple of times now. Yep, there's more order troops. There we go. Hey, Alucard, welcome back. I hope your day got better, brother. Warhead. There we go. Got. you. There we go. You gotta find the bite box now. Where's the bite box? We need to find the bite box. All the way up there. Okay. Well. Okay, down here should be what we're looking for. Probably inside the room here. So do you got to work tomorrow, Alucard, or do you have Saturday and Sunday to recover from today's bullshit? All right, this is not where. I thought that thing might be in here, and it's not. 3 Saturdays in a row. Oh, dude. I am so sorry. Okay. There it is. That's all right. It's got to be around here somewhere. You don't have to work tomorrow, but next week. Oh, next weekend makes sense because of Black Friday. I know that's not reassuring, but it does make sense at least that next weekend you would be busy, you know. But basically, you know, Alucard works in the service industry, so poor guy he's probably going to be a basket case the next 3 to 4 weeks. The good news, Alucard, is at least you don't have to deal with customers. That's the best thing about you. Why do I get 100 XP? Whatever. Yeah, I saw that. You shared that last night. I was just talking to Desi about it when you sent it to me too. I was like, oh damn, they canceled the last Ronin, which I wanted to see, but at the same time, after I thought about it, I was like, yeah, Hollywood probably would have effed it up, since Hollywood can't do anything correct right now. Vault cards. Okay, almost there. And I can already see that it's not populating properly, so we're going to quit and come back in. Yeah, I wanted to see it too, but I mean, you and I both read Last Ronin, and chances are Hollywood would not have known what to frickin' do with it. I know a thing or two because I've seen a thing or two, and I know Hollywood sucks. You never read it? No. Well, I suggest you read it. It's a good. It's really good. No, he's already talking to us. How the hell are you stuck in an ad if with you being that's Are you kidding me? Now I have nothing to kill. Oh wait. There, woo, almost ate it there. How the hell are you stuck in an ad? Twitch, we need to know why people are getting ads when they're subbed. Well, how long? Maybe that's why they. I mean, they're well. It's well. I'm showing right now that. Well, hold on. That you're not subbed. Where the hell's? There it is. Is your sub up? You were previously subbed for 2 months. It says you were subbed for 2 months. Which actually reminds me, I need to follow you on Twitch. How the hell are you not subbed? Can I sub? Let's Oh, I want to see because you've been giving me your Prime sub. Hmm. I'll card 1884. You have 14 followers with 50. Well, I just followed you. I can't give you my sub, or I would. How long? I mean, the subs are 30 days. So is your month up? I don't like the fact that they if you're subbed, why they because it doesn't say you're subbed anymore. I do know that the sub is not an automatic renewal. I do know that if you do it with Prime, you do have to because my dad has Prime and comes in and will give me his free sub that he gets from Prime, but he has to do it every month. I have to remind him to do it. That's like the one thing I can count on as far as money goes is that my dad will give me his Twitch sub. Okay, so that ended up... Okay, let's grab this one. Oh, that's ugly. But it's okay. Yeah, it doesn't auto-renew. You have to do it every time. If you sub with your credit card, and again, I'm not telling anybody to sub with their credit cards. If they want to, that's great. I'm not asking them to. But I am, but I'm not. Anyway, it doesn't matter. If you sub with a credit card, it auto renews. You have to go in and cancel it, and say, okay, I'm not doing this anymore. It's automatically renews every 30 days. The Prime sub does not, and I kind of wish it did, because then I wouldn't have to go in and remind my dad. But yeah, it does. It does not auto renew. It's the kind of thing you have to do on your own. Yeah, suck on that, Jobu. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Doesn't say anything. I'm about to get. Yeah, I'm sorry. I can hear him coming. Hey, every day is a learning experience, bud. Right? And I appreciate it. I really do. I appreciate everybody. But I especially appreciate those who do their best to support me like that. That's wonderful. Because again, money is a big problem. I need to do better. Yes, you can. All right, there's Cratch right over here. I don't know if it'll be 10 of them, but we can get wings and patrol, and then we're still looking for manglers as well. Oh, I have another specialization point. Okay. Hey, at least people are talking, and it's not uh, bitching or griping. I'm okay. All right. Hey, you get you. There we are. Another one. Oh, you're kidding me. I missed every one of those. Are you kidding? Good gravy. That guy, this guy. There we are. Did I get all of them? Thought there would be one more, but I thought there was one more, but I guess not. Still need manglers, and we still need some more Cratch, so we'll get them. one way or another. Sega Pluto. I heard of the Neptune, and obviously the Saturn, since I still own my Saturn. What is it? What was the Pluto supposed to be? The Neptune was supposed to be an all-in-one Genesis. For those who are not aware, basically the Sega was a company that was really mismanaged for a while. Uh, the Genesis did really well here in North America to the point where they nearly beat Nintendo. Nintendo actually came from behind to come back and take the generation, but an updated Saturn. Okay, I've never seen it. Uh, so Sega of America did not want the Genesis to go away. They wanted the Sega Genesis to continue because they were doing really well with it, and they were doing their best to compete with. They want to compete with Nintendo, so they didn't want anything. They didn't want the Saturn to come out. So they basically begged Sega of Japan for an add-on to make the Genesis more competitive. 32-bit version of the Genesis. So that's where the 32X came from. Sega of Japan did not want to do the 32X. There's a crotch. They did it at the behest of Sega of America, from what I understand. Well, they wanted to do it where have a new piece of hardware where it was a Sega Genesis and the Sega 32X all in one little doohickey, which they already did with the Sega CD called the 32X. Oh no, CDX. I apologize. The Genesis CDX, which was a Sega Genesis and a Sega CD mini console together. I wish I had one. They were like $200 for a long time, and then once the Genesis died, we clearanced them out at the store I worked at for $20, and I wish I would have bought one. I bet you it does. I've never heard of the Pluto, so that's a new one on me. Here's prototype version of the Sega Saturn with a built-in hard drive and Netlink modem. Yeah, Netlink was a big thing for online games. Sega was really big into online to begin with. They were very forward about it. Cost-effective, internet-ready version, U.S. market. Yeah, well, you wanna talk about something a console that was mismanaged from the second they announced it. It would be the Sega Saturn. That console is. You want to talk about a business model that was wrong from the very start. It was the Sega Saturn. If you go back and look at every chance Sega had to turn, they should have turned left at a. Instead they turned right. So it was like, you should have done this, but this is actually what you did. That old Morgan Freeman AI meme of, at that point they knew they effed up. That's Sega Genesis, Sega Saturn all day long. They made no positive decisions with the Sega Saturn. Every business decision they made was the wrong one. They should have done the exact opposite. And well, I'll tell the kind of the end of the Sega Saturn. Because Sega did what they did with the Saturn here in North America, the system was DOA. It was dead on arrival. I love my Saturn. Talked about it many times. Love my library of Saturn games. Very underrated console. But business wise, okay, cool. Ah, uh, Sega was in a position Sega America was in a position where they were wondering what can they do to compete with Sony, because Sony, the first the first casualty of Sony coming into the console market was Sega. They curb stomped Sega like a bitch. It was not even close. It was insane how lopsided it was. Is that Sega came out, Cratch and Cratch Wings. Uh, so Sega was basically kind of like with the Saturn at the end of its life cycle. Like, what do? We know we're working on a new piece of hardware. What can we do to compete with Sony? So what they did is they hired a gentleman by the name of Bernie Stolar, which I believe he has passed away. So I will be honest, but I'm not saying this out of what I'm about to say because I'm trying to be mean. Uh, Bernie Stolar was the guy who actually helped launch here in North America the Sony PlayStation. And I think he came from toys. I think he was like from Mattel Toys or something like that, where he was a toy guy. And he was very, uh, everything was about statistics and groups and all that stuff with him, test groups and that sort of stuff. He was very opinionated, and he knew what he wanted his PlayStation to have on it. He knew, what he wanted the PlayStation to be. And gaming is a very wide net of things. There are people who like playing shooting games. There are people who like playing real-time strategy. There's people who like to play dating sims. There's people who like to play role-playing games. It's not just it's not a one-size-fits-all kind of band-aid. You're not going to release a console and get or anything and be able to net 100% of a market. That's just not the way that it works. But the way that Stolar looked at things was they needed to look at what was popular and go from there. And to his credit with the PlayStation, the way that the PlayStation 1, we're talking about the original PlayStation, launched was really good. It's not like he did a poor job of it. It's what he did after the launch, which is if it wasn't a tournament fighter, if it wasn't like Street Fighter or Mortal Kombat, or if it wasn't a shooting game, he really didn't want anything to do with it. He didn't want to approve any sort of strategy games or role-playing games or anything to be on the PlayStation. And meanwhile, Sony of Japan is out there trying to make a console that is going to appeal to as wide of a net of a console as they can. They're looking for role-playing games. They're looking for strategy games. They're looking for dating sims. They're looking for these games. And meanwhile, their head executive here in the United States is like, nope, 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 don't care, don't care, don't care. And again, meanwhile, you have Sony of Japan wooing Square Enix or SquareSoft to become a PlayStation producer, to make games on PlayStation. And Square's like, well, we want to be popular in North America. We've been trying for so long to be popular in the West, and what do we do? And Sony of Japan's like, oh, we'll help you. We'll publish it for you. We'll help you financially to market your stuff and get your name out there. And Bernie Stolar is like, yeah, well, I don't care. We're not going to do that. I don't want that game on my console. I don't want that out here because it's not that big of a market. So Sony ended up firing him after he successfully launched the Sony PlayStation. They fired Bernie Stolar because they were looking for a wider net of gamers, and Stolar was more about what American audiences like according to the test groups and things that he uh, was looking at. Sega, in their infinite wisdom, who has mismanaged like crazy, says, "Well, we need the guy who got PlayStation on the map. So if Sony fired him, we want him." So Sega hired him, and the first thing he did was basically, or no, one of the first things he did, maybe not the first, but one of the first things that he did was he kind of drove a stake through the heart of the Sega Saturn, where he just said Sega Saturn is not the future of Sega. Just bam, their current console that they have been working on and making games for, and still releasing games for, still supporting. He basically said, "Yeah, we're not. It's forget about it. We're moving in a different direction. There's a new console on the horizon." And basically killed the Saturn. He absolutely destroyed the Saturn while the Saturn was still being produced. And he had a really bad reputation with some third parties as well. His relationship with Victor Ireland of Working Designs is legendary, of how much Victor Ireland hated working with Bernie Stolar. But could you imagine having something that you're producing things for, and you hire someone to represent your product in another area, and the first thing that they do, or one of the first things they do, is they come out and they say, "Yeah, this product sucks. We're not. I'm not focused on this product. I'm focused on next product." While you're still trying to make money off of current product. And if you don't know the story about Working Designs and Victor Ireland, it's quite simple. Uh, I've talked about it before that Working Designs was a small developer slash publisher, more of a publisher really, and they were a bottom feeder. They're the ones who were the reason why the Lunar games came out here. I'm not saying we never would have gotten them, but they were the ones who brought them out here first, and why they were popular. Working Designs was a big role-playing game company. They liked making or bringing out RPGs. I call them a bottom feeder. They're and I don't mean that negatively. They're a company that would take what was left from the Japanese games that weren't localized here by big audiences, by bigger companies. So, Sega or Sony or whoever might look at a game and go, "Yeah, I don't think it's really worth our time to do anything with that." And Working Designs would say, "Hold my beer," and they would take these games and localize them and turn them in, improve their gameplay a little bit and things of that nature, re-localize them and all of that, which is a thing in and of itself. But that's what they would do. And with Sega, Ireland always had a really good relationship with Sega of Japan. And Sega, because they would take games from Japan. And Sega of Japan worked a lot with Working Designs and Victor Ireland, to the point to where every year Sega at E3 would give booth space to Working Designs in their own booth, because Sega knew that Working Designs was a very small company, couldn't afford a booth of their own. So they would give booth space to Working Designs. Well, when Bernie Stolar got there, says they're working on some Silent Hill games. Yeah, we need more. Where's Castlevania? We need Castlevania. when Stolar took over Sega, one of the first things here I go, the first thing. One of the first things he did, one of the things he did with Sega was he basically kicked everybody out of the Sega booth. So he would not give booth space away to anyone that was not first party Sega. So Working Designs, the small company that didn't have a whole lot of money to begin with, was kind of left holding their prick. They were going to go to E3. They weren't going to be able to go to E3 because they didn't have any booth space. And they'd had booth space, but now that this new guy's in charge, he says you're not going to get any booth space on my dime. So Ireland, who, like I said, had a great relationship with Sega of Japan, goes to Sega of Japan and says, "Look at this effing guy. Look at this guy. What the hell's this guy doing? We've had booth space with you guys for years, and we what the hell?" So Sega of Japan is the boss. They go to Sega of America and say, "You're giving booth space to Working Designs. You have to. This is a relationship we've had and cultivated for a long time. You will continue to help where you can. You will give them booth space. You will treat them with respect and dignity." Well, Bernie Stolar, who didn't believe in role-playing games to begin with because he didn't think they were worth a damn, that no one wanted them, capitulates to Sega of Japan by sticking Working Designs in the very back of their booth, almost where they actually constructed the booth where to find Working Designs, you actually had to walk around to almost the rear end. You'd enter the booth and you'd have to, it's like IKEA, and you'd actually have to openly look for Working Designs because you couldn't see it. Phantasy Star was Sega. Is Sega. Which they need to do another one. Phantasy Star 5 needs to happen, Sega. But they did not. Stolar stuck them in the back where no one could find them. Did it it was spiteful, absolutely spiteful. Victor Ireland has never been one to mince words. Goes out, and this is when online was becoming a thing. So the Working Designs had a website and all that, and just blasts Sega. Just completely blasts Sega of America and Bernie Stolar, and cancels all their games they had for Sega and moves to PlayStation. That's what happened with Working Designs and Sega. Now, there will be people who will argue that was the beginning of the end for Working Designs. And it was, because working with Sony was actually much harder than working with Sega for Working Designs. And while while Sony's like, "Oh yeah, Lunar, hell yeah, we want that." And games like, "Yeah, we want that." When you're a company like Working Designs was, where you were trying to localize games that would not have been brought out here otherwise, and you have to go through an approval process because Microsoft, Nintendo, and Sony all have an approval board that will approve whether or not that your game is allowed to come out on their console, which I don't know how prevalent they are anymore, because if you go and look on like Nintendo's eShop, the word hentai appears quite a bit. Just saying. They were working with Sony, and they're trying to get games from Japan to localize over here. And every time they would go, not every time, but they would go to Sony and say, "Hey, we want to localize this," and Sony would go, "Yeah, no." So they say, "Okay, well, how about this?" "Yeah, no, you can't localize that either." "Okay, well, how about this?" "Nope." So they Working Designs went out of business because they couldn't get anything approved from Sony to bring out here. which is on Sony, quite honestly, because there were the rumor I had heard was it was correct. They got Lunar and Lunar 2. The game I heard that was the one that was the craw was Sakura Taisen was the game that really destroyed Working Designs. Is that they really wanted to bring out Sakura Taisen over here, Sakura Wars, we know it as, which is a strategy mech game. Gosh, what am I trying to say? How am I trying to say this? Sakura Taisen, Sakura Wars was a huge deal in Japan. Just anime and movies and toys and video games and pencil boards and posters and wall scrolls and all sorts of stuff. And Sega wanted to try to make it a thing, and it did appeal to the anime audience, but because it was a dating sim, it's a strategy game, but also a dating sim, Sony didn't approve it to be launched here on the PlayStation 2, at least not until So Long My Love came out towards the ass end of the PlayStation 2's life. But that was what Working Designs was going through, is they were like, we really want to bring out Sakura Taisen, and Sony wouldn't let them do it. And so Working Designs goes out of business, and then a couple years later, here comes, is it NIS? Or is it Xseed? I don't even remember who published it. But Sakura Taisen gets brought out here by them. And I think we've had 2 Sakura Taisen games come out here. One was on the PlayStation 2, one was on the PlayStation 4. And now dating sims are much more mainstream. You know, I mean, like I said, if you go on the Nintendo eShop right now, the word hentai appears quite a bit. So if you're willing to make if you're willing to allow adult material like that on your console, a dating sim is nothing. Plus, a lot of games now have relationships in them when you think about it. I mean, hell, I remember, BioWare games did that for a while, quite honestly. I mean, you had your knights and all that good stuff. What is this? Why is this locked? No, who cares? $200 to go. But yeah, the Working Designs debacle is interesting because they were a very beloved company. Working Designs was one of those companies that didn't skimp on a damn thing. During a time period when corporations were looking for ways to skimp, Working Designs was like, we are not skimping. We will have full color instruction manuals. We will have attractive packaging. They had all of that. Cool. So how close are we now? We have 3. Okay. Still working on the 8s. So when I say, gaming since the 90s had been overly corporatized, yeah, Working Designs was not that way. Da 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 da. All right. 2:30. Time. It's 2:37. Best time to go to the dentist is tooth hurty. All right. We're gonna patrol. We'll trace and we'll bounty. All right. So here we are. Let's see. Oh, there's a boss down here. Let's go fix his wagon. You can really tell though with how gaming has changed though just from the working designs thing alone. They wanted to bring out a strategy game dating sim here, according to rumor. I'm not saying that's true. Probably the only one who actually knows that for certain is Victor Ireland. So I guess if someone interviews him and asks him, I know he went on a huge tirade when Working Designs closed their doors. He was really pissed off about it, but and it was very vocal about Sony. But it just shows you how what a difference 10 years or so can make when it comes to the industry, because you can get anything greenlit now. Nintendo doesn't uh, uh, like I said, they're allowed. I know they're now starting to take them off, but they allowed hentai games on the eShop for years. And here comes Working Designs, just kind of going, can we just have a dating sim? And Sony's like, no, Americans don't want to play dating sims. Nice. And we've still never seen here in North America anyway the uh, original Sakura Taisen come out. I have a Japanese copy of Sakura Taisen 2 on the Sega Saturn over there, but we've never seen it in English. We've seen all the anime come out here. We've seen all the movies come out here, but the original cast of Sakura Taisen we've never seen localized. I know that's why it's the joke is that Sony wouldn't allow a dating sim over here like that, even though they'd had them on the PlayStation One. But Nintendo, family friendly Nintendo, has freaking adult, adult games. Let's see. Over there, over there, over there. And yeah, we have not seen the game, and the games I believe were first. If I'm not mistaken, I do believe the Sakura Taisen started as games and branched off due to the popularity into other mediums. And like I said, we got all of it over here except the games they were based. Everything was based off of. And the anime is your typical, quite honestly, a harem show is really what it was. Uh, Harem anime, for those who might not know, is you have a character who's the main character is kind of there, okay, and he's surrounded by different types of women, and the women are all different archetypes. You'll have the cute one, you'll have the sexy one, you'll have the strong one, you'll have the confident one, you'll have the shy one. Uh, that it's all these different types of women, or I guess you could go the other way too, but it's more popular with men, and the whole attraction to the show for folks, men and women, is which one is the best match for the main character, and there's big arguments and who's the best character and who's the girl that he's going to choose, and which is another reason why with the harem anime you rarely see the main character make a choice, because everyone has their subsections of they all have their fandoms. So if you make the character choose one, let's just say there's 5 girls and you have the main character choose one. Well, 4/5 of your fan base are going to be pissed off. Yep. That's the whole. It's arguing over the main character. The most famous one, and again, I don't know if it was first because I don't like using the word first, but I do know the most famous harem anime, which is one of the ones that was one of the first, was Tenchi Muyo. You go and you watch Tenchi. Tenchi is, for all intents and purposes, a very bland, average, who gives a shit kind of character. But he's surrounded by women and they all want him. And the whole premise of the show, it got multiple iterations, multiple seasons, multiple spin-offs, is who is Tenchi going to choose? And every one of those characters in Tenchi has a die-hard, dedicated fan base that will go to the mat for their girl. And in Tenchi, it was there was the princess, there was Ryoko, the space pirate. There was the cop. The younger girl who could cook. All these different things that make the character, them. But harem was a really big deal, very popular too, and Tenchi was like one of the first ones I saw. But if Saber Marionettes is another one, there's only 3 girls in Saber Marionettes, but it's a harem anime is what it was. Okay, this is the same place that last guy was supposed to pop up, and he never did. So. But again, if you go back and you watch it, Tenchi is very uninteresting as a character. There's nothing to him. He is just there. He could be me. He could be you. He could be anybody, which is probably the appeal to it, is because he's not special, because he's not, well, he is special in certain versions, but because he is who he is, and he's very bland as a character, that he gets... and he gets all these women fighting over him, is kind of a big deal to guys who have had a hard time with women, and all of a sudden here's this really bland dude and women are fighting for him. The urge is one that's not coming up, so let's just ditch that one. Trace, and we can get wild horns on the way there. Where's our trace? 2,600 meters away. That's a long way. 24. Oh, that's Amazon who owns James Bond. That's a pretty good deal. Mm-hmm. That's a good deal. But I do think that's part of the allure to the harem with men is, not that guy's still there, not feeling special or unique or attractive or anything, and women still fighting for his affections. Fantasy kind of thing, you know. Ba-da-da-da. But that's Amazon owns James Bond now, or at least the rights to those movies. Where is? Okay, it's down here. Yeah, take that. Oh, good. So No Time to Die is not on there. Good. Because No Time to Die is not a Bond movie. No Time to Die is a piece of honking shit. Tomorrow Never Dies is okay. I'm talking about No Time to Die, the last one, the one where they killed James Bond. Spoiler alert. The one where they had what's her face, Phoebe Waller-Bridge, Fleabag, come in and write part of the script, rewrite part of the script because James Bond is problematic. That kind of stupid shit. It's a choir. I don't want a choir. They can have a female James Bond. They already have one. They already have a female James Bond. Her name is Lara Croft. Jesus Christ. If you don't think that James Bond and Lara Croft are both power fantasies from the opposite sides of the genetic gene pool, I have news for you. Lara Croft and James Bond are the two sides of the same coin. They're just one is a woman and one is a man, and there's nothing wrong with having either of them. And I can already hear the feminists out there going to say something like, yeah, well, guys aren't allowed to look at Lara Croft that way, so we have to, she can't be hot. We have to make her flat-chested and all this sort of stuff because it's wrong for men to look at our power fantasy and want and like that. And it's like, well, so you're going to tell me that women were never attracted to Sean Connery or Roger Moore or Pierce Brosnan or I will call bullshit on that. She is, but she's much well. Okay, Indiana Jones is really George Lucas's take on James Bond. According to Steven Spielberg, the only type of film he never got to direct that he wanted to was James Bond. He always wanted to do a James Bond movie. So when George Lucas came to him about Indiana Jones, the whole thing for Spielberg is that he thought he looked at James Bond, Indiana Jones being James Bond, to the point that James Bond's dad is played by Sean Connery. So yeah, but Indiana Jones was really to Steven Spielberg James Bond, and if I guarantee you, if Spielberg would have had his way, he would have continued to do Bond movies, do Indiana Jones movies like Bond movies every 2 or 3 years, with having a different girl as the Jones girl and all that. That was the whole. So yes, you're right. Lara Croft is the female Indiana Jones, but in reality, Indiana Jones is the American James Bond. So there you go. And yes, I heard that directly from Steven Spielberg's mouth. So that is 100% true, is that he looked at Indiana Jones as James Bond. Acquire, collect, bounty. Where the hell are we on the vault card? We're over halfway to getting that. Good. I know Moxie could find some way to repay me if she really wanted to. Yes, Spielberg never got to do a Bond movie, and he wanted to. Which is beyond me, because to me, it's like Steven Spielberg would have been a great director of a Bond film, and it's not like he was nobody, for 40 years. The gag. I don't want the gag. That he would have done a great job as a director. But and it's not, again, it's not like, could you imagine that if they had a Bond movie and it's like from the director of Jaws, from if it was like 1981, the director of Jaws and Last Encounters of the Third Kind, he's going to do, or first, we're going to do Bond. You know, he'd have been all over that. But yeah, I know with the last Bond movie they did bring in the human death nail, Phoebe Waller Bridge, to rewrite parts of the script that they deemed that might be considered problematic. And I hate that word. Can't stand that word. Sorry to say the word hate. But it's what happens when you bring in. Well, that's the thing is though, Alucard. Think about this: only 300 million. That's only with Sony. That's only one publisher. Look at all the companies. Look at all of the games that sell on Steam, and realize they get a cut of every one of those games. Valve is not hurting for a little spoonful of porridge. They have plenty of cash that they're making off of it, and yeah, their marketing partners are making money hand over fist. But Valve's making more in the long run. I guarantee you, Valve makes more off of Steam than 1.2 billion dollars a year. I guarantee you that. Ooh, Bagel. Bagel's the name of that one. Okay. Anything for you, Moxie. I love me some Moxie. Yeah, that 300 million is only a cutoff of Sony. They've made more than that off of everybody. Everybody. Yeah, and he's got that. Isn't that funny though? To you're talking. People are like Gabe Newell is the godsend. He's the best thing ever, and it's like Gabe Newell is insanely freaking rich. You got, and don't get me wrong. I think he's got a lot of the right ideas, but don't let's not act like he's just a struggling businessman, a struggling programmer. He's not struggling. And low key, Valve is probably one of the most valuable companies in the entire world that not a lot of people have ever heard about. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Dude's a big nerd. Nothing wrong with that. Order troops. There's order troops over here. But he's not struggling. He's got lots of cash. And isn't it interesting? You never hear about corporate greed from Valve. I think that's probably the most fascinating thing is you whenever someone makes a business decision in gaming, all you hear about is corporate greed because a lot of time there is corporate greed, although I think it's overused, quite frankly. Uh, but no one ever says anything about Steam. No one ever says anything about Valve. I'm sure he is. You'd be surprised what having several $100 million in the bank does for someone's attitude. I'm sure he is a nice guy, though. I've never met him, but he was never at one of the GameStop conferences that I was at, so. But I still find that very fascinating, though, is that they never ever discuss corporate greed. You never ever hear anyone say corporate greed when talking about Valve. Ever. You'll hear it when they're talking about everyone who works with Valve, but you'll never hear about it. That's cool. Open your door to receive your Steam Deck and you see Gabe Newell standing there. That's cool. Collect. Take collect. Yep. Oh, the acquire. Get rid of the acquire. The acquire is not good. Abandon. Yep. Now let's take a look at our inventory. I'm sure I have lots of 20. I have 20 rewards. Well, I know there are people that would line up to sniff his farts if he were to be walking out of a barbecue restaurant. There'd be people lined up to sniff his farts. I do know that. It is nice to see someone that's gotten rich off of gaming that's still the same guy, though. I mean, in his defense, I absolutely love the fact that he loves gaming, and you could tell he loves gaming, and he just wants to give the best experience to gamers as humanly possible, from what I can tell. Messiah's a bit much, though. I just like the fact that there are still good people out there that aren't overly corporatized. You know, even though he makes all this money. Well, the question is what's he? When's it? How old is he? Is he in his 70s? Because it's eventually he's going to have to retire, and that's when usually things go tits up. Is when someone who understands what they're doing and creates something big, it does really well with it, and then they leave, they sell off their stuff, or they retire or whatnot, and the next thing you know, uh, uh, they come in and they go, well, they've made all this money. They could make even more if they did things like this, and like this, and like this, and then they find out real quick that the reason why they've never done things like this and like this and like this is because people would turn their nose up at it. Mangler tails and mouthwash. Okay, man. I'm sorry. Mangler tails and mouthwash. Speaking of manglers, hi. $11 billion. Yeah, see, like I said, he's not hurting for a spoonful of porridge. Look at him. He's, brother doesn't he doesn't have a body built by Slim Goodbody, okay? 63 years old. So he's knowing him, he'll probably wait till he's in his 70s before he retires. It's probably not he's probably not physically doing anything to hurt himself right now. I mean, I doubt he's as hands-on with some of the things anymore that he probably was 20 years ago. Don't tell Pokimane that he's worth that much, or she'll get pissed off because someone's got more money than she does. Freaking Pokimane. I tell you, if there is a poster child for someone who is where they are because of the way they look, it's definitely Pokimane, because every time she opens her mouth, it seems like she knows absolutely nothing about business whatsoever. I read she's upset because of streamer drama, that she just misses a time when streaming was about gaming, and it's like, well, if last time I checked, the last time I looked, all the streamer drama that involves you is stuff you've instigated. There we go. Here's another mangler over here. There we go. He didn't drop his tail. Okay, hell. There we go. Really? That I didn't know. I know Sniper Wolf. I'm pretty sure she did that. supposedly. I didn't know Pokimane did that. She doesn't game anymore, though, right? Even her live streams that she does are uh, all just chatting. And when I first started streaming, someone asked me if if I was ever going to do just chatting streams, and I said, you know, who knows, maybe someday, but right now I'm just trying to get an audience. Okay, that's all right. I was gonna say I don't remember hearing that about Pokimane. I heard about Sniper Wolf. And don't get me wrong, I would much rather watch Sniper Wolf than her ex, as well. She is a very beautiful young lady, but yeah, I think she just does just chats now. I don't think she games anymore. Well, I'm sure. Oh, I should be playing a different way. I'm sure she plays games because, it's not. I play games even when I'm not here. When I'm on vacation next week. I'm still taking my Switch too to game on. But to play games on. But I'm by no means gonna quit streaming games because of that. I love playing games. Is she still well? What is she doing now? I mean, is she still that way, or is she calmed down, or because, like I said, I only know about well, I know about her because she's hot, but at the same time, I know, that I know she got divorced. I know her ex-husband. The phrase I like to use is punched out of his weight class with her. Like you could see that he's very average looking, and she's not. She's very attractive. So whenever you see that, you just kind of go. At some point, you go, when is she going to wake up and realize that she's who she is, and she's married to who he is, married to him, and feels like she needs to upgrade her game. But didn't he sue her and win? Like he got a lot of money from her, if I'm not mistaken. Because I don't think their relationship ended on a good note. Not that divorce is ever a good note kind of thing, but I don't know what she does now. So I mean, we need some rippers. And she might be the nicest person in the entire world now. I have no idea. I just know that before I even started streaming, I heard of what had happened with her. And of course, I am a guy and I like pretty girls. What can I say? She's very pretty. But I remember hearing about the drama and everything. Yeah, that's exactly correct. That's how I was. I was like, wait a minute. That dude looks like he works the night shift as a part timer at GameStop. How the hell did he score her? Really? He divorced her. Wow. That I didn't know. So, was it an abusive relationship? Was she like taking out aggressions on him? He cheated on her. Okay, there's layers to that that I don't understand. How the hell do you cheat on her? I would not have guessed that at all. I'm sorry, I'm going to sound like a complete pig here for a second, but look at her. You know, there's you're. I know that there's a lot of the mentality for a lot of young people is you're always on the lookout for the BBD, the bigger, better deal. If you're trying to upgrade from her, I don't quite understand your mentality. She's what you upgrade to, not what you upgrade from. That's like the old Shania Twain, her ex-husband back in the day, cheated on her, and I'm going. He cheated on her. How the hell does someone cheat on Shania Twain? That makes no sense. We're looking for some rippas. We'll find rippas. Are you a rippa? You are a rippa. Now, there's got to be layers to that that I don't understand. He could be a dirtbag too. You know, it's entirely possible. I just know I heard about it that well, a lot of guys that are into gaming, especially us Gen Xers, whenever we see a really hot chick in the games, at least it was for a long time, we would always guys would just kind of go, hmm, you know, like really, how? And yeah, how is she into gaming? What is she? Well, all you know, that kind of stuff. How do we? And it's because a lot of us, you know, and I can speak from firsthand experience, was bullied for being into games by men and women, and the women would the girls that I would go to school with would bully me by acting like they liked me and then making fun of me at every chance that they could get, like a one of those, I, you know, almost a, I guess, dominatrix style relationship in a way, but mentally, and couldn't stand it. Absolutely couldn't stand it. So, and I was guilty of it for a little while. You'd see uh, these young ladies that were into games, and I'd go, are they really into games, or are they just trying to, you know, clout chase, or what? What the hell? I didn't know. But as I worked at GameStop, and I guess just things you don't go with, I guess. But as you know, as I worked at GameStop, and I started to hire pretty girls, you know, I was like, really? Okay. I mean, I guess it's not a fad. It's not a thing. They actually do care. You know, some of my best employees were one of my best employees. She was a model, and she loved games. She absolutely loved game. Loves, as far as I know, she loves games still. I don't know. I haven't talked to her in years, but Should probably text her, see how she's doing. But just really, really loved it, and I loved the game and wanted to learn, and but it was just one of those things where I had to evolve, and that's something that a lot of people need to do is learn to evolve. That not everything is going to be exactly the same as you remember it, and just because something happened to you back 30 years ago doesn't mean that's the norm of what it's going to be now. And it is hard because guys in particular, as you know, I'm sure I'm not speaking out of school here, we tend to turtle up when it comes to protecting ourselves. Guys, we tend to turtle up. We tend to when it's something that's going to hurt our feelings or something that's going to really take a negative spot on it. We don't talk about it. We just tend to uh, turtle up and move on and not make the same mistake twice. Even though we tend to make the same mistake twice, sometimes thrice. But yeah, I had to learn and evolve the same way. You can always learn. There's always room for learning. There's always room for evolution. There's always room for you to grow and become a better version of yourself. But yeah, again, I had to learn, and that's something that you can. The thing is, guys, independent, never, no matter what, how much you think that you know things. When I said on Twitter about when I was talking about the Borderlands 4 expansion yesterday, and I said, or no, I apologize. This is my misremembering. When Alucard shared with me about the Expedition 33 thing about that. People are proclaiming it's the first RPG to have QuickTime events, and I'm like, it's not even close. And it's an exact reason why I try to avoid saying things like the first or things like that because my I know a lot about games. Okay, I know a lot more than the average bear about games. I absolutely do. But my knowledge is not endless. No one's knowledge is endless. There's always room for growth and always room to learn and always room for expansion. So yeah, I know a lot more than most people about gaming and the gaming industry and the business of games. I absolutely do. But I'm not going to sit here and act like that my gaming knowledge is infallible or my memory doesn't get skewed every once in a while. So I really don't like using words like, "Oh, it's the first ever," and it's like and then you find out it's not the first ever. If we're talking about QTE RPGs, as I said on Twitter, the first one I ever played was in 1996. I'm not saying it's the first one. I'm saying it's the first one I ever played. So I really do try to avoid using language like that, and sometimes it's hard, but oh gosh, hi. Oof. Yeah, I did. I did. I had no idea that the Pluto was a thing. Had no idea. But my reason for not knowing about it, I told because it was a Bernie Stolar thing. Bernie Stolar came out from the very second he took over, just about, and said the Sega Saturn is not the future of Sega. They already we all knew they were working on the Dreamcast. We didn't know it was going to be called the Dreamcast at the time. We all knew they were working on it something though because of the they got curb stomped in the West by Sony. They had to evolve. They needed something to get eyeballs on their name. So Sega did what Sega does. They went to market with the best technology they could, but they also rushed it. And a year later, here comes Sony with the PlayStation 2, showing off the PlayStation 2, and Sega was like, "Oh shit." And they knew they were screwed, so they did what they didn't think they were going to win. They didn't think they could compete, so they got out of the race completely. Blackthorn, that is a Blizzard game. Back when Blizzard used to do, back before their World of Warcraft and Diablo days. Based off of a Jim Lee comic book, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong about that. But I'm pretty sure it was based off of, it had a great animation. I really remember Blackthorn. I don't remember the game being very good, but I remember it looking really good and moving really, really well. The animation was really well done. I'm gonna say that, and someone's gonna come through and go, "Yeah, Enigma, freaking Blackthorn's the best game ever made." Which, okay, that's what you think. Glad for you. That is correct, Grizzled Entertainment. There's always somebody better. There's always somebody who knows more. I was explaining that Desi and I were having a discussion last night about the word ignorant and how we use the word ignorant as an insult, and how when someone says you're ignorant, it's always meant to be taken in a very negative way. But the truth of the matter is, we're all ignorant. No one has universal knowledge about any one topic. We all have stuff that we're passionate about, and we know a little more. Yeah, like I said, I know a lot about gaming and the business of gaming. I don't know everything. There's someone out there who knows more than I do. I'm ignorant about things, about that. And there are people who are ignorant about other things. I'm ignorant about makeup. I'm ignorant. There are things I'm ignorant about. Cramburger. But the worst thing you can do is pretend like your shit don't stink. And in reality, you don't know much more than anybody else. It's like that guy that replied to my YouTube video last week who informed me I didn't know what I was talking about because he had a copy of Fable 3 on Steam that he still can play. And I'm like, dude, I don't, I read the terms of service. You apparently haven't. you know, do yourself a favor and read your terms of service on Steam. Please do. Dreamcast was a great console, but technologically it just did not have Sony put so much horsepower into that PlayStation 2. Plus it was DVD and all these. Are you kidding me? Oh, I see he's invisible. Let's see if we can get him before I die. Shit, no. Still got him though. They bowed out because they knew that they were fighting a losing battle. They knew they were going to lose in the long run. They knew what they knew that they were going to be up against the wall. They were going to have to do a hardware refresh, and that the hardware refreshes had not gone their way, the way they wanted them to in the past. They were going to have to do another, this add-on for DVDs or to up the capability or whatever, and they got out while the getting was good. They made a little bit of money off the Dreamcast and they moved on. But to this day, I still don't know why Microsoft didn't buy them. To this day, Microsoft tried to buy Nintendo. Nintendo laughed them out of the building. Why the hell didn't they go to Sega and say, "You guys, we really want to acquire you guys to be the flagship studio, the flagship publisher of Microsoft Game Studios"? Well, I'm glad to hear that, Zuzi. But I'm not infallible. I am not infallible. I make mistakes and I learn as well. Everybody could learn and stand to learn. And I'll tell you guys a little secret that I learned a long time ago in business school is you can learn just as much from somebody who's wrong than you can from somebody who's right. Think about that and chew on that for a little bit. See, that's why we need more humor in these games. That's why I like this expansion so much is because they have uh, great the humor is really good in it, and I miss humor in Borderlands. Another world boss. Oh, did I get nailed there? Well, if memory serves me right, and I could be wrong, I'm not going to pretend like I remember everything because I don't. Wasn't the PlayStation 2 the top selling console of all time until the Nintendo DS? At least for a while. It might have been outdone. Oh, your ass. We go. Look at us go here. I guess I should think about what to make for dinner. Plus, I have to get a turkey recipe because Desi and I are going to be in Southern Illinois for Thanksgiving. We have our stuff we're going to make for Thanksgiving dinner, but we don't have. I've never made a turkey that was not deep fried. So I need to learn a new way to and recipe to make turkey. Sometimes we get some really lucky shots. Sometimes they get really lucky shots, and sometimes I get really lucky shots. But I need to find a turkey. We have a turkey breast. We're not going to make a whole turkey, but I have a turkey breast in there that I want to make. Bounty and collect. Penicillin. Penicillin might be the #1 invention made by mistake. If I'm not mistaken, the guy who found penicillin was he just left out a petri dish over the weekend or something, and when he came back, he discovered that the what was growing, the mold that grew in there, actually killed the bacteria. That is an interesting idea. I thought the Microsoft ROG Ally had Steam access on it. Am I completely off my rocker? I probably am. I've been off my rocker before. I thought it had Steam on it. Yes, ma'am. I know who's in charge here. It can be installed on it. Okay. But they're looking. Microsoft is asking for a standalone app. I see, like Xbox does. Because Xbox has a standalone app, but it depends on who's allows it. Like if Sony allowed the Xbox app to be installed on PlayStation hardware or Nintendo for that matter, it would destroy PlayStation Plus. At least right now. No, that's true. Yeah, but I mean, so what are they asking for then? 5 a.m. is awfully early, awfully late. Last time I stayed up like that, it was when this game came out, and I was a mess that for the next couple of days trying to catch up on my sleep and get my sleep schedule correct again. Well, we have to. This is the thing about having an app like that, and this is something that Steam honestly also is probably gonna. I mean, I'll hand it to Valve. They actually do a lot of good stuff with Steam. They really do. But if you if you buy a Steam Deck, that does not mean you get to play. You can play all the games on Steam on it. And that's kind of a problem when you're dealing on the console side of things, and that's going to be a hurdle that the Steam machine is going to have to overcome as well. Is the simple fact that if you go to the store or if you buy a Steam machine or a Steam Deck or whatever, and you go to onto the Steam store and you're looking for games and you go, oh, I really want to play this, only to find out that your Steam Deck or your Steam machine can't run it. That's going to be a problem for them, quite honestly. Collect wings from Cratch. Okay. And that's why Steam, Valve is very lucky because they are, yeah. Yes, I've been to Las Vegas. I know. Um, Patrol, yeah. Uh, but that's something that they're gonna have to deal with. Steam has been very lucky. Valve's been very lucky that they have not had to do their own marketing because they have such a glamorous appeal from PC gamers. They don't have to advertise, they don't have to market, they don't have to do anything. They haven't had to do anything, but they're going to have to. If they're going to compete in the console space with that Steam machine, they're going to have to compete. They're going to have to market. They're going to have to bring somebody in to shoot commercials and to uh, get put out ads on websites and things of that nature. They're not going to be able to just put the thing on the shelf and have people flock to it. And the simple fact that buying one does not guarantee that you have 100% access to the Steam library because of hardware limitations is going to be a hurdle they're going to have to overcome and something they're going to have to communicate, because if they it's a possible class action lawsuit for them that if they say they're going to sell you a Steam machine so you can play games, you can download and play games on Steam, only to find out that, let's just say the Steam machine plays 90% of the Steam library. I don't know that. I'm just saying, let's just say it does. That 10% is going to be where people are, that someone could look at it and go, hey, wait, I was promised Steam access, and I am only able to play, I can't play this game, and I bought the Steam machine, so I had access to this. And that's the thing with consoles, is that if you buy a console, if you go to the store right now and buy a PlayStation 5, you're guaranteed to be able to play all games released on the PlayStation 5, and most of them on PlayStation 4. So that's something that's a new hurdle for them that they're going to have to overcome. I was in Las Vegas when they were first setting up for F1. Actually, I know I know exactly what you're talking about. The Strip in Las Vegas. It was a pain in the ass to get around at that period because they were doing construction to set up for it. But that's going to be something that they're going to have to overcome. And they might not see it right now. They might be looking at it from the sense of that they're always going to be, the belle of the ball when it comes to the PC gamer, and they probably always will. But they're not competing for the PC gamer dollar with the Steam machine. They're competing for the PlayStation dollar. They're competing for the Switch dollar. And it's not going to be as cut and dry as, here it is, go buy it. It's just not going to work out that way for them. They're going to have to come up with, they're going to have a marketing strategy. They're going to have correct, stuff, and they can't they won't be able to hide behind a TOS. That's the other thing, is you can't hide behind the TOS either. You need to make it clear to your customer base, yes, we're selling you this Steam machine, so you have access to Steam, and you will be able to play thousands of games, but there will be some titles that will not be optimized for this machine, and you will not have access to them. You can only get by so far, or get so far with goodwill and all that good stuff, and free marketing, and free this and free that. They're going to have to come up with a way to get the PlayStation owner to say, I'm going to forego PlayStation, or I'm going to get it along with PlayStation or whatever, to play my games on. And they're going to have to find a way to make that not just affordable, but also easy to use for the standard console gamer. And they're not going to be able to get by with just saying it's Steam, and then all the PC people go over there and cream their Twinkies because Gabe Newell smiled at them, And I'm not trying to sound like a smartass, guys. I really am not. And I'm not insulting anyone who's a big PC nut. I'm just telling you, Valve has been very lucky and has had to do very little to no marketing on their own with their company and their wares. Viva Las Vegas. Vegas is one of those places that's really nice to visit, but I'm glad I don't freaking live there. Last time I was there was for TwitchCon, and which was the biggest waste of my time and money that I have had in a long time. It didn't do me any good to go. I felt completely out of place. But on the way back, I sat next to on the plane. My girlfriend Desi, she has to have the window seat whenever we fly anywhere. She's very demanding that she has the window seat, and I, if nothing else, am a good boyfriend slash significant other, and want her look at it from the sense of she's happy, then I'm happy. So that being said, you get on an airplane, there's 3 seats here on this side, 3 seats on that side. I have to sit in the middle seat. I'm not sitting, because I'm not going to sit on the aisle and have some jack off come and sit next to my girlfriend. That ain't gonna happen. What is that? So I sat in the middle seat, and then here comes this guy that sits in the end, who was sick as a dog. He should not have been allowed on that plane. And that stupid effing bastard gave me COVID. 100% true. I got COVID on the flight back from TwitchCon and Las Vegas. They never should have let that guy on the plane. He was coughing and wheezing, and he had a snot rag that was wet, and he was sick, and they let him on the plane, and he sat next to me, and I proceeded to get COVID from him. Was not happy at all. Da da do 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 do. Okay. Yeah, they never should have let him on the plane. That's the whole thing. Is like he was. I could tell from the second he got on the plane. I'm going. Please don't sit next to me. Please don't sit next to me. Please don't sit next to me. And he sits next to me, and you could. He was sick as a dog, and they never should have let him on that plane. Only time I've had COVID that I'm aware of. And by the way, I was vaccinated too. So anyone who tells you that the vaccinations stop the effects of COVID is full of shit. I felt like I felt horrible from having COVID. It made me question why I even got the vaccine because I was sick as a dog for 2 weeks. God, I remember. Yeah, it was whenever TwitchCon was in Vegas last. That's when I was there. And if I were to ever to go back, I would want to make sure that there's like people there that I would be able to meet up with and network with. Uh, because I walked around TwitchCon and late 40s, I was very, very, very lost, and there was no one. I couldn't network with anybody. I was by myself. There was nothing to do. If I ever go back, it'll be the kind of thing where I actually make sure I have people to meet up with and to help network and become better. Awesome. Another level up on the vault card. Oh, that's a cool one. Give me that one. Baby, it's cold outside. Well, COVID is not fun. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. It's a pretty horrible uh sickness, quite honestly. Do not recommend. I don't think it even dampened how hard it hit me because it hit me hard. It knocked me on my ass. Like I was miserable for 2 weeks because of COVID. And then afterwards, what I found out is that COVID zaps your stamina. Like your body doesn't recover. You just don't wake up and just go, "Oh, I'm over COVID." You might be over COVID. You might not have your stuffy nose. You might not have the headache. You might not be coughing or sneezing or anything like that. But your body just went through a crucible of shit, and you don't just wake up after dropping COVID and you're just okay the next day. It was not that way. It took me another couple of weeks to, after I dropped COVID, I got tired very easily for the next, I'm going to say month. I don't know. I don't remember exactly, but it took me a while. It's kind of like being in a boxing match, right? You might be get into a boxing match and your body gets its ass kicked, even though if you win or lose. And the next day, your mind might be fine. You might be like, oh, I want to go out to Taco Bell. I want to do this. I want to do that. I feel great. I feel fantastic. Your body doesn't. It's exactly how it is to have COVID. Your mind is like, yeah, I'm fine, and your body's like, yeah, I'm not. I'm not fine. Let's give me some time. All right, now that we've done that, let's clear off our, I don't know how many, 15. Let's clear these out because I want to do the weekly side mission and see how much that gets us. Yeah, all I'm saying is that if it's supposed to if it's supposed to dampen how it hurts, how it impacts you, I would love to know. Ooh, a potato thrower. Uh, I would love to know. No, I would hate to know how bad it was supposed to hit me. I didn't think anybody was immune to COVID, but if you are, you are. Because no one's immune to the common cold, and that's really what COVID is a super version of the common cold. Isn't that crazy to think about how that virus impacted us and changed the world? Wait, actually, before we do that, where the hell is Maurice's vending machine today? Apparently, it's all the way up over there. Okay, let's go look to see what's in my vending and Maurice's black market vending machine for me this week. Uh, if you're not aware, once a week when they do the Thursday roll, re-roll of things in Borderlands, there's one vending machine that is ever that pops up and it pops up in the same place for everybody at the same place, but the stock is different for just about everybody. It looks like it's right about here. So let's go see. Maybe it's up there. I don't know. Oh, there it is. How about them apples? What do we got? The Oscar Mike, which is a pretty good assault rifle. Let's see, space lasers. I'm gonna buy that. I didn't see what the other one was though, but the Oscar Mike's a pretty good assault rifle. All right, now that we've done that, let's. I want to do this mission, just so I can see how much experience we get for doing it. Oh, I guess you're lucky, or maybe you are immune. I don't know. I'd always heard there was no immunity to it. Because I don't know if people know this or not. It was genetically engineered to impact as many people as possible. Why? I don't know. But it was. And we're getting close to another specialization point, too. It's 4 o'clock. I need to medicate Whiskey. So give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to go medicate the dog and make sure he's taken care of. Just give me 1 second. Yeah, I know, Whisk. I know. He's like, where's my treat? Where's my treat? That's what he's doing to me right now. Yeah, I know. Let's get you a treat. I know. He got his treat, everybody. Whiskey got his treat. He's a happy boy. Not as happy as he's going to be in an hour when he gets fed, but he still is a happy boy. All right. Hey, Whisk, you want to come up here? Whiskey? No, he's got something got his attention in the window. I thought I did. Hello, is it me you're looking for? Yeah, sounds kind of really into his drones. You hear no sound. Thank you for letting me know. I have had no sound all day, apparently. What the hell? Thank you for letting me know. Shit. I messed that up. Yep, I did. Damn it. Can't believe I forgot game sound all day. Damn it. Of course, I've been talking a lot today, so... I need to make myself a checklist for every time I stream. That's something I need to work on for things, because I always seem to forget something. I like cupcakes. Who doesn't like cupcakes? Come on, baby. Alright. Nice, okay. I've been streaming for 7 hours with no game sound. Oh, I have to go back up there and shoot the things. Yeah, I did that. Shit. Yeah, I noticed. Here we are. Time to upload the virus to the drone.
Now break that Echo 4 back out and get hacking.
I just... are you kidding me? Come on. Oh, it's uploading. Never mind. I can read.
You've got to stop the drones from reaching the code base. You tripped the system. Got to reinstall the virus. The code seized up. Destroy the red nodes to keep things moving. You tripped the system.
Yeah, I noticed.
Got to reinstall the virus. The code seized up. Destroy the red nodes to keep things moving.
Really?
Tripped the system. Got to reinstall the virus. Damn drone mess with the compile. Annihilate those red nodes. You know I got to do robotics to help kids, and in a way these drones are my children. But that doesn't make you a child killer. Let's be super clear about that.
Something's not spawning here. Yeah, that should be something that I do on my vacation, is set up some sort of checklist to make sure I get everything, because I always forget something, it seems.
Nothing wrong with needing more ammo.
Goofiness. Okay, let's try this again. $17. Let me go look at what the other thing is then, because I forgot to see what the other item was. You need it, you need it. One thing I definitely don't do is assume that I know everything and that I know best. Because I don't. Be nice if I did. But that's not how it works. This is on cooldown for how long? Oh, is that minutes? Okay, I thought that was seconds, but I guess it's minutes. All right, let's try this again.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Okay, the way into the drone factory is just about. Great, you're
And we will. But first, we're killing. Because I like shooting stuff.
And uncorrupted drone. My child. Frisky.
Damn, okay.
Virginal. Noted. Anyway, you can upload the virus into it.
I got you down. Yeah, see, it's not bad as far as our build here goes. We're doing pretty good. How close are we? Because I'm just vault card is what I'm looking at now. About halfway. 49%. We're about halfway.
Damn! They've got single jammers installed all through the factory. We'll have to take care of those too.
Trash the jammers. Easy.
No, destroying them won't work. It'll send the entire system into lockdown. I am reading 3 jammers nearby. You'll have to hack each one of them manually with your Echo 4. That's one of the jammers. Now plug your Echo 4 into it. Those nodes represent the jammer's internal code. Just shoot them and you'll break the jammer. Who said you can't use guns to hack stuff? 2 more jammers to go.
That's right. I can use guns to hack stuff. It's called shoot. Let the shoosting begin.
You really didn't see all this coming with your drones.
But who could gaze into a drone's unblinking angular eye and not feel comfort? Who wouldn't want to snuggle up with a jagged metallic body?
I don't want to snuggle up with a metallic jagged body. Things happen.
Firewall. Be careful.
Oh, right.
Only shoot the red triangular nodes this time. If you shoot the blue circular one, it'll trip the system and we'll have to start over. Nice. There's 1 jammer left, and then you can upload the virus, fix the drones, and wipe my motor slate clean.
Come on, baby. So don't forget, guys. I know I haven't said anything about it really more recently, but I really am trying to grow on Twitch, Twitter, Rumble, Kick, and YouTube. Whatever you guys can do to help me with that, I would greatly appreciate. If you've got, not asking for anyone to spend any money. If you want to, I have ways you can support me, which would be great. But growth is the most important thing for me. So if you want to hit that follow, Twitch, Twitter, Rumble, Kick, subscription on YouTube, I would love it. Here we go. All right.
You tripped the system.
I noticed.
Got to reinstall the virus. You tripped the system. Got to reinstall the virus.
Okay.
Control the virus.
Hopefully, we won't trip the thing this time.
Good. Now break that Echo 4 back out and get hacking. Code seized up. Destroy the red nodes to keep things moving. You know I got into robotics to help kids, and in a way these drones are my children. But that doesn't make you a child killer. Let's be super clear about that.
Let's make some memories together.
Okay, firewall's down. Now just wait for the virus to upload. Protect my innocent robotic child. You tripped the system.
Yeah, I did.
Got to reinstall the virus. Code seized up. Destroy the red nodes to keep things moving. They're reverting the nodes. Destroy the red ones. You know I got into robotics to help kids, and in a way these drones are my children. But that doesn't make you a child killer. Let's be super clear about that.
Your
All right.
existence has been revoked.
Now let's stay away from them.
Killing people is our job!
Order.
Bye.
The codes are compiled.
Good.
Now I'll just upload some happy memories and remind it that I'm their parent and I love them. My child, restored to sweet innocence.
Glad to hear it. Let me just get rid of the rest of these jerks.
Oh, those are not it. Okay. One more.
The drones. They're not shooting.
Yep, these ones shouldn't cause you any more
Join the
problems.
club. I got no money.
Now do me a favor and never invent anything again.
Oh, I've learned my lesson. I'm off to begin my next invention for kids. A robot dog that drinks tears and gives warm nuclear-powered hugs.
Okay. Okay, that actually got us another couple of things there, so that actually worked out. We got a reward for it, which is going to be the Lucky Clover. Let me get rid of that one. A full shield? Must have eaten recently. I don't have any money for freaking health insurance, so nothing I can do about that. Except try to make money. This is on cooldown. No longer 4 minutes. Come back here in a couple minutes. Let's kill stuff. As far as vault cards go, we're up to 3 points. 5 more and we'll get another 8 banger. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, why doesn't it affect that guy? And it's because he's an NPC. What is that? A loot cratch. Okay. Oh, we killed it. What you just said contradicted yourself again, Zuzi. Let's be nice to everyone that we can. I have to remind myself. What I'm doing here is I want to go check out that vending machine in 3 minutes? 2 minutes? How many minutes is it now? 2 minutes. You have 2 minutes. And our vault card is... we just got enough, so... Don't ask me. I don't know. Looking forward to the trip. It'd just be nice for me to get a little bit of, I guess, recovery in. On cooldown still. Don't think. Yeah, I get that. Don't think. Don't think. We'll come back. Or actually, let's... well, I don't know. We have a boss fight up there. Let's go see who... what? Good lord. There's a safe house up there. Let's go up there. We got him. Pretty good at shooting. Well, that makes sense. You like F1. Your friends watch F1. That's fine. I'm afraid it bears me no interest whatsoever. But that doesn't necessarily mean I think that it's stupid or people are dumb for watching it. I don't. Everyone's got their stuff. One of the biggest things I really want people to, if they take away anything from me whatsoever, one of the things I stress more than very much about, because of the, you know, my way I was brought up and the way, well, not that my parents had anything to do with it, but just having tolerance for what other people like, you know. And also being tolerant of the fact that people might not like what you like. That is a very serious problem we have today. Is we have way too many people out there, young people in particular, who seem to have this in their brain that if you don't like exactly the same thing they like, that you're somehow some sort of terrible human being. And sorry, I don't look at it that way. We all have stuff that we like, and then there's going to be things that other people like that you don't like, and vice versa, and all that. It's, hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. Alright, I think the cooldown's over, so let's see what else besides the Oscar mic is in here, since I completely forgot to look. The Gore Master. Okay, I've gotten one of those before. It's an okay gun. The Oscar mic is where it's at, though. So, by class mod, I can farm from here. Let's see what we can do. And I like just getting experience points for our vault card, and we're getting there. Okay. You? Now, if I'm not mistaken, they're still going to add another expansion kind of coming up here in the next month or so, where they add more difficulty settings. I'm sure we'll do the difficulty settings and get our gal up as high as we can, but it's not something I'm overly worried about as far as There we go. Synchronization level up to level 79. Oh, we have a reward from killing that thing. Specializations. I'll take your word for it. I would defer to you in that area. That would be your expertise. Closest thing I like to car racing is Talladega Nights, the Ballad of Ricky Bobby. Let's take a peek at our vault card. Where are we on the vault card? Yeah, quarter of the way. Look at that. Hello, is it me you're looking for? Let's keep going.
Like you had it.
Oop.
Plastic soul go.
So while I will be gone next week and not streaming, I still plan on, you know, doing Twitter stuff and interacting and updating. If I have the opportunity, I'll try to hit some streams up. Some of my friends, you know, Yarn Witch, Tomby people like that, Smoo. We'll have to wait and see how much time I have because of, you know, sometimes things get in the way. And when you're on, when you're out on a trip, you're out on a trip, so. As long as you're happy with your fandom, that's all that really matters. You don't need my approval or anybody else's. Missed with every well, looks like I missed with every shot of that clip, but the explosions from the Torg stickies got it.
Your death will be my design.
And that's what matters. No need to be anyone's permission to be a fan of something like that. Enjoy what you enjoy. As long as you ain't hurting anybody else or yourself, that's really all that matters. And that's how I feel about damn near everything. I tend to be fairly laissez-faire when it comes to people enjoying what they enjoy. You know, as long as they're not hurting themselves or anybody else, they are free to enjoy whatever their heart desires. go here?
Rest in misery.
That's a good shot. Is it Lopan from
So disappointed.
Big Trouble in Little China? Because if it is, then I want to watch that. Oh, James Hongman's a cameo? That's even better. Check out on YouTube Predator the Musical. And find that there are people who decided to take the original Predator movie and make a big show tune out of it, which is flippin' hilarious. Even though I think the guy that got to sing Arnold's part, my Arnold is better than his, but it's still really funny. I do the better Arnold impression. Never hurt yourself. And never talk like that. It's not right.
This'll hurt.
So that guy, about halfway now. And I don't like it to hear people talk like that at all. That's not good. That's why one of the reasons I don't speak on over half the things that you say is because you say shit like that, which is just horrible. Let's see if we can finagle our way into getting ourselves another vault card level before it's time to go. Trace, patrol, collect. Sure.
myself in animal parts to connect to my primal self. Bring me some. One stone.
Sure. Hi, guys.
You ain't putting me down.
I just did. Halfway to our next level in Mercenary Day. Thank you, I appreciate it. I've had years of practice. Years of practice. Literally, been doing it for years. Well, that's good. I also like Batman and Robin the musical, where he sings, "Batman, you son of a bitch." I love that. That's so good. So stupid, but it's the stupid things that make me laugh. Batman, you son of a bitch. In fact, I would say, because I'm such a fan of the original Predator movie, and believe me, it is by far the best Predator movie. I don't care where you get your news and how you feel about certain things or whatever. Predator, the original Predator, is by far the best one. And it's not even close. I don't care what anybody says. You can find joy in the other movies if you like to. Predators isn't that bad. It's an okay movie, but Predator, the original Predator, is hard to beat. It's got everything you need. It's got action. It's got science fiction. It's got drama. It's got Arnold one-liners. Big frickin' shit, you know. Got 4 rewards. Wonder what Desi's gonna want for dinner tonight. I think she went to an event this afternoon to see some friends of hers at a chiropractor she used to go to. So I don't know when she's going to be home. I'm glad you enjoyed it. That's a bounty, and a patrol. Okay.
Nasty creatures running amok, which is decidedly the worst way for nasty creatures to run. You can handle that, can't you? Avenge my...
You have tons of games. I don't see why and you told me already that you found one to play, so I don't know what you're going on about. So we actually made a lot of progress on our vault card today, guys. We're over halfway done with the cosmetics with our Vex. I'll then play something else. Happens to me all the time. I just pull the game out, put something else in. No, seriously, if we look at our vault card, we've unlocked all the 9s, and we're almost done with the 8s. And once the 8s are done, it's all 6s, and then we'll actually get to actually look at the weapons that that are unlockable on this vault card. I don't know if they're any good or not. I have not looked anything up on them. But they're always rollable. That's the thing, is that as long as we have this vault card equipped, we will be able to cash in tickets for as many of those weapons as we want. I would like to see them fix the UI, though, here, the HUD, where you can actually see your vault card experience. You can't see it here, and I wish you could. Not bad, baby.
Can you feel the end approaching?
Fix my face. I'd be safe with scrap in 50 years.
Alright, what do we got here? There should be a mark here. That's not him. That looks like him. Plausible deniability. There we go. We got a vault card level up for doing that. Awesome. Oh, how close are we to the other one? Oh, he's right up there. Let's go. I hope Arnold has a sense of humor about that kind of stuff. One thing that I definitely really enjoy is when you find someone who is you know, a big standout in their field, like Arnold has been in action movies for the last 40 years, and still finds humor. You know what I mean? The humor in what he does. And I know he has a sense of humor because he was into he was on Saturday Night Live, and they did the Hans and Franz thing for him, and he joined in with the Hans and the Franz, and they did to pump you up, and he was right there, you hear me now, believe me later. He was so, it was really great that he did that, and so having a sense of humor is so important. Hear me now, believe me later. Let's finish off this last little mission, and then we'll close it out. Oh, come on, really? Hear me now, believe me later. We need to find 5 more clutch to kill before we go, and they should be right around here somewhere, but it's hard to say where they might be. Once we find them, we'll kill them, and everything will be great. As far as our vault card goes here, we are looking at level 49, and so it looks like when we come back a week after next, after the vacation, we'll be able to clean off the vault card in the next stream or so. I've heard of Subnautica. I know what Subnautica is. Right. Hear me now, believe me later. And of course, we'll have to get to the chopper. Get to the chopper now. Oh. Whiskey. Whiskey, it is pitch black outside. How can you see anything? Well, I was hoping to do more than that, but let's, before we... I do want to finish this off before we go, so let's finish this off before we go. I know where there's some scratch. Yeah, I would say Honorable was very, you know, he found it funny, I think. That they were making fun of his accent. And the thing is, as Mel Brooks said many years ago, you only make fun of what you love. And I'm completely with that. There we go. Okay, let's transport ourselves back up here, and we'll take a final look before we shove off. He was with DeVito twice. Junior and twins. You're probably talking about twins. Just guessing. All right. So we are about 49. We're about a little over a quarter of the way to our next vault card level. That will get us up to 7. And like I said, we have 2 more 8s to go, and then everything is going to be 6s after that. So we probably going to max that out our next stream a week from Monday, more than likely. Would be my guess. As far as inventory goes, we do have 3 rewards. Let's go ahead and open those bad boys up. Really enjoying our girl here. I'm gonna sell these on.
Let me guess. Mr. Phillip.
So we're gonna go ahead and call it, guys. We're gonna call it for the day, the week, and for next week as well. I am gonna go ahead and shove off. I have been here for over 8 hours today. I definitely hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I'm having a lot of fun doing this. I'm really enjoying it. Yeah, Underwater Horror is the TMNT damn stage. It is pretty bad. Guys, if you've not done so yet, let me go ahead and just pull up the IRL stuff here. All right. If you've not done so yet, guys, please follow me on Twitch, Twitter, Kick, and Rumble. Subscription on YouTube. All 5 of those would be great. It is my goal to become monetized on YouTube by the end of the year. I need like 192 subs to go for that. So that's a big ask. I hope I can get there. Whatever you can do to help me guys with that, it's fine. It's I would appreciate it. It's free. He knows they're there. He does. Now he's calmed down. if you do want to support the channel financially, I don't mind that whatsoever either. Check out glitchenergy.com. That's GLYTCH energy.com. Use my code Enigma. That will get you a discount, get you some great drinks, and that goes to help me. Check out my Fourth Wall store, and of course, also I do accept subscriptions on Twitch, Rumble, and Kick. If I am monetized on three of those three platforms, if you want to do that, that would help me out. That goes directly to support me as well. So next week, I am not going to be here. I'm going to be gone. I will be in Southern Illinois, celebrating, relaxing, recovering with my amazing, wonderful, loving girlfriend Desi Dish, hanging out with her. That's what we'll be doing. So next week, I will not be here. I'm taking the week off. My stream back will be December the 1st is when I will be back with you guys on December the 1st, Monday, December the 1st. That's right. Chuck Norris has a sense of humor about that, which is great. I want to take this time to thank everybody who has helped me and kept my mind straight through everything this year. You know, Thanksgiving's a time where I give thanks. We give thanks to those who mean a lot, and everyone who has helped support me and says kind words to me, guys, that really, really helps. It really, really does help. I greatly appreciate anyone who goes through and you know, helps me out and has been there for me. I'm so thankful for you guys. You have no idea. It means a lot to me. It really does. Especially, you know, after I've had, you know, we all have panic attacks and stuff like that, and I've had some, so it's good to know to see that people have been with me through the whole thing. So thank you so much. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody out there, to all my friends that have been there for me. I absolutely appreciate and love, and I'm thankful for you, for every one of you. I really am. Hope we can continue to grow. Hope we continue to get better. I can't wait to do more, and we will. We will. So I'll see you guys on interesting. I'll see you guys on Monday the 1st. Okay, and of course on my Twitter account I'll still be active. I'll still be posting stuff. I'll still be around, but I just won't be streaming next week. Okay, guys. So have a great Thanksgiving. Eat some food. Great food. Have a tryptophan turkey coma. Guys, take care of yourselves, and I'll see you all next week, the 1st. Okay. Thank you guys so much. Hang around for the cool music, and I'll see you guys real soon. Thank you.